Hey folks, welcome to the third and hopefully last installation of the Dream SMP Lecture. There's a hole in our ceiling now.
Sorry.
A lot of...
I was in the ground for a while.
Yeah, Roland was in the ground, and there's a hole in our ceiling now. So we just have to deal with this.
Oh, wait, okay. So I didn't have a place to sleep because the carts don't go back, so I just slept here.
The carts
Do you have bedrock?
Maybe.
How'd you get bedrock? I didn't think that was... Oh, yeah, that's right, I guess.
You are also in creative mode.
Well, I mean, I was going for the lore, but I guess we are not going to do that, so... yeah. Oh, what the... Was this house always here?
Oh.
What?
Whose house is this?
We've got a house out here. Got a huge house. And
this sand is out of place.
Wait, I need a spyglass. We got a great house, and we got a tower of Ranboo heads.
Yeah, whose house is this? Is this yours?
This is kind of mysterious and haunted. I say we avoid it.
I mean... It sort of has
just don't appear, dude.
Don't be a loser.
It could be the works of the egg. I'm going down to the cave where it's safe.
The egg does not build houses.
Well, what do you know, Professor? You're teaching at a
cave.
I may or may not have completely caved the entire thing in.
Wait, what?
I am sorry.
He accidentally caved in the cave.
Sorry. I have a bad habit of breaking, like, levitating sand.
Don't do that.
Yeah, what if you just didn't?
Okay.
Wait, there's a
we can go to class in here, right?
Oh yeah, because this feels much safer than whatever's going on. Oh, Enderman!
This iron can't be.
Yeah, so we have a lecture assistant or assistant teacher.
This is Ranboo's cousin Edward.
All right, yeah, that works.
This is Ranboo's cousin Edward. No one look him in the eye. He gets kind of upset.
Okay.
Yeah, he decided to come here, right? Because just for like. This is like a...
I need actual torches.
Like, this is like when they bring, like, a World War II veteran into the classroom to talk about his experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus.
Alright.
This is Edward. He's Ranboo's cousin. Who, died, but we're going to ignore that because...
Well, he's right there. Obviously, he didn't die.
Yeah, lore. So... Oh, there's more cave up here. Anyway, so...
Alright, so we're gonna get rid of this.
Yeah. So, last where we left off, I'm gonna use this as my billboard now. Last where we left off, Dream was put in prison, and it was awesome. And Tommy got his disc back, and L'Manberg was destroyed. This is completely out of order. Those three things L'Manberg was destroyed, then they fought, and Tommy got his disc back, and then Dream was put in the prison. I said that
we were all there. We were all there for the lecture, right, guys?
Maybe.
Yeah. You took notes last time, right?
The very first session, yes. Actually, I don't know where I put them.
You skipped class.
Oh, never mind.
I was here, teacher.
Anyway,
don't worry about it.
Anyway.
Yeah, we saw you.
Yeah, you were here as a bear. What?
Wait, sorry, I'm coming back. I didn't think me and Roland would leave at the exact same time.
Yeah, you both just dipped. What was up with that?
I was gonna go get my book, but now I'm gonna stay because I'm gonna pay attention.
Do you want a new book?
No, it's fine. Let's just go on. I don't know what happened.
Where's Roland? Roland?
Oh, sorry. I realized Ed wasn't here, so I decided to go get him real quick.
Ed needs to be here. You're correct.
Yeah.
You're very
correct. Is it a polar bear? Yeah, let's go.
You know those classes where like the first 20 minutes of the teacher trying to tell everyone to be quiet and do their warm up?
Yeah, that's what this is. Anyway.
EJ.
So.
Wait a second. He doesn't get to be a polar bear.
What do you mean he doesn't get? He has to be a polar bear. So
he has to be
I'm a polar bear.
So no one gets to choose to be a polar bear or not, Tyler.
You're very similar. Deal with it. Okay. So, let's continue, shall we? We are entering the empowerment arc, which is the final arc and the arc that we are currently in. So it's not really the final arc so much as it is the current one. I would just like to say, before we start the empowerment arc, for the sake of the comments, this is the arc that we are currently in. Therefore, a lot of stuff is happening, and we don't know what's going to end up being important and what's not. So I'm going to say a lot of stuff, and I'm going to hope that I get the important stuff in.
Yeah, alright.
There's some stuff that's obviously important, there's other stuff that's little, and it feels like it could be important, but we don't know if it's gonna go there, so that's where we're at right now. We're going into current events. So, I almost looked Edward in the eyes. I'm so sorry, Edward, that's very rude of me. Anyways.
Sorry, I keep on getting confused between this Edward and this Edward. Which is why I named him EJ.
There's two Edwards.
We have White Edward and Black Edward, Roland.
Okay, you can't say that.
Yeah, demerit. End word. There we go.
End word. Yes, perfect. End word. Hello. Can you look Enderman in the eyes in creative mode and they don't get pissed off?
Yeah.
I don't like the sound of end word.
That feels... That's
Anyways,
actually correct. Maybe we shouldn't do this.
This is a Dream SMP lecture.
Your
Blame
point?
the English language.
Your point being?
That we should get to it.
Yes, you're correct. Alright, so, to kick off the empowerment arc. So, Dream's been put in prison. Everybody's good. Everybody's returning from Pandora's Vault. Tubbo returns to Snowchester, and he's got all of Dream's armor now. And he puts all of Dream's armor in the Snowchester Vault, and he claims it will never be used again, as it has caused too much bloodshed. Jury is still out on that one. Anyway.
Why didn't he destroy it then?
Because it's historical, and people would have gotten mad at him. And also it's like the most powerful armor in the game, and it's like, it's cool. You kind of want to keep it. It's called Nightmare. It's fun. It's up in my lecture hall. So, anyway, after this, now Ranboo hears a mellow high disc playing in the distance, and he travels all the way to his panic room, and he finds a jukebox inside that is playing the disc. He didn't put that jukebox in there. So he removes the disc, but shortly after he leaves, he hears it playing again, and he returns to the room, and he demands that the dream voice... Remember the dream voice? Everybody knows the dream voice. The dream voice shows itself. Yeah, the dream voice. Oh my god, we have a new student!
What?
Hello?
What did I...
Come on in, bud.
He just walked in here.
Oh,
welcome.
yeah, don't worry about that. That's my friend Tyler.
Okay. Alright, hello, sir. Welcome to the class. I'm a little disappointed that you're late, but you are welcome nonetheless. Alright, so Ranboo demands that the dream voice show itself, but he receives no reply. Ah!
Yeah,
do you mind,
He's a very social kind of guy.
Do you mind, like, backing up a bit there, bud? Thank you. You don't need to be right up in my face.
Hold on, let me help him find his seat. No.
Oh, no, he's in the corner now.
Yeah, there you go.
Alright,
go on.
Can he see the board from there?
He's fine.
He's fine.
So a student wandered into our classroom, now we're holding him here against his will.
Well, we're not holding him here against his... Gosh darn it.
Why did you let him go?
I was going to give him more space so he could see the board.
Oh, well, now he's
gone. Alright.
Odds of survival skyrocket when he leaves here.
Alright. Anyway. So, if you remember... when Ranboo got his memory book back after L'Manberg's... Oh, he's back! After L'Manberg's destruction. Dude, in or out? You gotta decide, man. Alright, whatever.
Yeah, keep going.
There was a single smiley face on the front page, which was worrying. So he erases the smile from the first page of his memory book, and he believes that he has now broken out of whatever strange control Dream had over him, now that Dream has been locked away. And he plans to visit Dream in the prison another day to get answers. Alright.
Okay.
So, Sam declares that Pandora's Vault is now now that the prison is finished, now that it's finished being built and it has a prisoner, he plans on building a bank! And he's going to provide the server with a functioning economy. Capitalism time!
How in detail does this economy go?
It hasn't started yet.
Okay.
This was months ago. He's still working on that bank. He's doing a great job. We love you, Sam. You're doing great. He's dealing with a lot of other
Hope
stuff.
he brings like a slime and punish. What's that Discord server?
RFCK, Endless War.
I want an endless war level stock market system
Oh
in
my
SMP.
God. All right. Well, Aunt Frost You can't see it in this skin, but Aunt Frost reveals that his eyes have turned purple, which is a nod to his growing egg corruption. And now we're getting back into the egg. We're gonna head back into egg territory. Everybody's favorite place.
Getting into egg territory, Tyler.
So, Aunt
All right.
Puffy.
No,
back.
not you, this Tyler.
So, Bad, Puffy, and Ant, they all come together to discuss the Eggpire, and they build a meeting room directly above the egg. Now, Puns, let's get Puns. Where's Puns? Here's Puns. Now, Puns publicly aligns himself with the Eggpire because he craves the chaos that Bad is promising. Now, Bad explains their plan to unite the server to Sam. I'm going to put him over here. So he explains the plan to unite the server under the egg to Sam, and Sam still refuses to join their side. Now, Ant attempts to keep Sam from leaving, but Sam manages to escape. Good job, Sam. Also, while this is happening, Puffy decides she's going to build a therapy office for the members of the Dream SMP because God knows they all need it. Every single person in this SMP is mentally disturbed or ill or traumatized, or all three.
Aren't we all?
Yep. So, she's really doing the biggest service. Alright, so, Tubbo builds a podium in Snowchester and writes a document declaring Snowchester as an independent faction. So, Snowchester declares independence, and this is witnessed by Jack, Ranboo, and Foolish. So,
Okay.
Snowchester has now declared independence. Now, after this, Ranboo has discovered that the smiley face has reappeared on the first page of his memory book.
Oh, shoot.
Which is terrifying, and he erases it again. So, a little bit after this, Tubbo, Jack, and Ranboo are all hanging out, and they discover that Ranboo has Silk Touch hands. Now, this is the ability...
What?
Yes. He can pick up blocks such as leaves, grass block,
right,
and glass.
He's an Endy boy.
Yes, he can pick
like,
up...
Like Edward over there.
Yes, exactly. So he can pick up grass blocks and leaves and glass blocks and basically anything that you pick up using a Silk Touch pickaxe. He can pick that up with his bare hands. Good for him. And this is attributed to his Enderman side, and the three test his powers, and they discover that he can also pick up spawner blocks, which is incredibly valuable on the server. So Ranboo has Silk Touch hands. Now, after this, Tommy makes his first visit to the prison. So, Sam walks him through the prison, and he has him go through multiple item checks, kill checkpoints, and he has to sign several documents that legally allow anyone on the server to hunt him down and take all 3 of his canon lives if he attempts to break Dream out. So if you break any of the rules of the prison, everybody on the server is legally allowed and encouraged to hunt you down until you are dead.
Love this max security Dream prison.
That's good.
Yes. Oh my god, the prison is actually insane. If you guys want, you should seriously look up the video of Tommy going through it for the first time, because all the checkpoints and the way they built it is actually insanity. It's
people were manning it during the recording.
Yeah. It's a feat. It is a feat of Minecraft engineering. It's very impressive. So, Sam also tells Tommy that if a security threat makes itself known, Tommy may be locked inside of the cell with Dream for up to 7 days while Sam solves the security threat. This is what we call subtle foreshadowing. Alright. So, Tommy goes through his first visit with Dream, and he taunts Dream, and he asks him what he's up to, and Dream replies that he has gotten several books for writing, and then he has a single clock in the cell, and he likes to watch the time tick past. That's it. And then Tommy asks who Dream misses the most, and Dream tells Tommy to leave. So yeah, that's how the first prison visit goes. It's honestly not that exciting, but it is important to establish that Tommy visits the prison for the first time. Okay, so Sam and Foolish. Let's talk about Sam and Foolish. So they're hanging out, and Foolish is assisting Sam in clearing out the area for the bank. And Foolish explains that he is on a quest to get a totem of undying because he wants to have a son. So he's looking for a totem of undying.
I don't understand the correlation between those two things.
Because
he is a totem of undying. Get a totem of undying in your inventory and look at his skin. Get a totem of undying and look at his skin. He himself is a totem.
Wait, I got a question.
Yes?
If you die but you have a totem of undying, can it just not be considered a canon life that you lost?
That did happen to Technoblade, remember? Technoblade was in the execution. And
right!
The
That's
totem
how
of
that
undying,
happened.
Yeah,
okay,
the totem
so
of
if you
undying
have a totem of
saved his
undying,
life.
you're good.
Yeah, it does not count. If you use a totem of undying and you save yourself, that counts as a saved life.
Alright, that's sick.
He sacrificed himself as a totem of undying to stop another canon death from happening.
We're gonna get to that. That's a surprise tool that will help us later.
Oh my god.
Genius.
So, Foolish explains that he's on a quest, he wants a son, and then Puffy meets up with Foolish, and she gives him a totem of undying! So, Foolish has a son, and his name is Foolish Jr. Everybody likes Foolish Jr. Foolish Jr. is a good kid. He lives inside the Ender Chest. Anyway.
Okay.
So, Foolish has a kid that Puffy gave him. Also, I was looking on the wiki everywhere. They didn't specify when this was put into canon. Puffy is Foolish's father, actually.
Has there ever been a child that's a product of two human beings in the Dream SMP lore?
No, never.
So
ever.
Who's the dad?
Never. Puffy is the dad.
And the mom?
No, just the dad.
Wait, okay, so who's the mom then?
No one knows.
Alright, so I'm just gonna
Foolish's
headcanon. They reproduce asexually.
The block people reproduce asexually. That's not a bad theory, actually. Alright, so I don't know when exactly that was established, as if it was established here, but Puffy gives her son a son. We're not gonna look too far into that. Anyway, Puffy also writes in her diary, and she explains that she has an undercover plan to keep an eye on the Eggpire, as she no longer trusts them after some of the horrors that they've caused, and she wishes to take them down from within. So that's what Puffy's doing. Now, Tommy decides that
I agree. That's like the second biggest threat after Dream.
Yeah, exactly. Puffy's the only one who's like, hey, maybe we should, do something about this, when everybody else is just, running around it and pretending it doesn't exist. So, good for Puffy. We like Puffy. Please get off the floor.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So, Tommy decides that he wants to build a hotel for the people of the SMP, because he wants a new project to sink his time into. So he hires Sam, after a bit of convincing, who agrees to help build the hotel after Tommy promises him 32 diamonds. So Tommy goes in search for these diamonds, and he asks Phil for help. And Phil says, "I'll give you the diamonds, but you have to be nice to the new guest on the server." And that guest is Charlie Slimesicle.
Okay.
So on January 22nd, 2021, Charlie Slimesicle joins the server. Now, this has since been retconned, because Charlie's going to come back later as his actual canon self. This is not canon Charlie. It gets a little confusing, but the first time Charlie shows up is not canon Charlie. Are we all? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm
that
following.
makes sense.
Okay.
Question: Who has Cat and Mellow High again?
Tommy does.
Okay, Tommy got them both. Right?
Yeah, Tommy has them both. The disc saga is over. Tommy has them both there in his
All right,
chest.
but Tommy has them both.
Yes.
It's probably gonna stay that way. We're good.
Probably, yes. I doubt he would let
With
them out of his
everything we're
signing.
about to hear retconned, or is this a completely different character?
A little bit of both. I'm just including this because this explains how Tommy pays for the hotel.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Charlie, I'm gonna mention Charlie here. Forget everything I say about Charlie after this.
Got it.
Charlie is gonna be a completely different person later on. So, Charlie joins the server, And Tommy is begrudgingly nice to Charlie, where he gives him some iron boots and some golden apples. However, he also gives Charlie a photo of Vicstar, and Charlie insults him, and then Tommy gets angry. However,
as you do when you're Tommy.
Regardless, Phil decides that he's been nice enough for Tommy, and he gives him the 32 diamonds that he needs, and Tommy vows to start on the hotel the next day. So, Tommy goes back to the hotel, and he discovers that Sam has put up a huge billboard announcing the build and has laid out scaffolding to mark out the perimeter. And Sam tasks Tommy with getting the materials for the build, which include red dye, stone bricks, and oak logs. So Tommy meets with Sam and he gives him all the requested items. And he makes a joke that it feels as though Sam is taking on a role similar to Tom Nook. Because he's just asking him to go get all the stuff and then he'll build it.
Oh, gotcha.
So Sam... Now, this is where it's really going to get confusing because they have the same skin, okay? Sam builds a robot named Sam Nook to oversee construction of the hotel. So we have Sam and Sam Nook. This is going to get really freaking confusing.
Hold on.
And I'm going to try my best to guide you through it. But there's Sam and there's Sam Nook. So Sam Nook...
I'm with you so far.
Sam Nook speaks only in Animal Crossing noises, with translations made in chat.
Oh, so chat has to translate everything they say?
No. In like the text chat of the game. Like he types out what he's saying.
All right. So he's just like, I can't
exactly.
do it,
He's like,
but I get what you mean.
And then like you see the translation in the chat. What was that?
Imagine if he gave chat that power.
Oh my god, yeah, that would be way too much power. Anyway, so Sam Nook asks Tommy to destroy several islands that were built in the sky as part of a Skywars challenge, as they are ruining the hotel's view. So Tommy does so. And then Tubbo and Ranboo also help Tommy to take down the last of the items, and Tommy returns to Sam Nook for more instructions. And he also plans on writing up a legal contract for he and Sam's deal to assist with construction. So... Sam Nook is going away. This is Sam. This is regular Sam. We're talking about regular Sam now.
Okay.
We're talking about regular Sam. So Sam and Quackity...
Okay.
So Quackity meets up with Sam, and he tries to convince him to kill Dream, because he thinks Dream is too dangerous to just leave in the prison. He thinks we should just kill him and get it over with. Get him out of here. But Sam refuses to kill him. However, they team up anyway because they're both excited by the proposition of an in-game economy that Sam's trying to build with this bank. So Quackity and Sam plan on creating a version of the Las Vegas Strip within the server, as they hope to use it to get people addicted to gambling and control the economy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Welcome to capitalism. And so they sign a contract together confirming their intentions. Now, we're about to get a bit weird. So here we go. Hang on, I'm gonna replace that block. There we go. So,
sorry.
Fundy and Puffy are just wandering around, and they're minding their own business, and they find Ranboo. And Ranboo is walking alone around the server, and they see his Silk Touch powers, and they go, whoa, what the fuck? Because not everybody knows about the Silk Touch thing.
Okay.
And so they follow him after witnessing this. And he's just kind of strangely wandering around. And he's taking random grass blocks and placing them in other places. And they both call out to him, and they're like, hey man, what are you doing? And he doesn't respond at all, which is very weird. So they attempt to see what happens to him when they place him in water, as they think, like, is he doing some kind of Enderman thing right now? But he's wearing armor, so that doesn't work. And then Puffy tries to make eye contact. And she becomes paralyzed.
Oh shit.
She is instantly rooted to the spot and cannot move. And as they have eye contact. Eventually, Ranboo breaks away and leaves. And this frees her from the paralysis, but she is very unsettled by this encounter, and they don't follow him after this. So that's when that happened. And people believe this. I talked a little bit about the Enderwalk state. Talked a little bit about about how Ranboo believes himself to be sleepwalking during his periods of blackout, and he thinks he's doing stuff, but he doesn't remember anything. This is thought to be the first instance of somebody witnessing Enderwalk state. Witnessing him in that state, wandering around, not knowing where he is, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, that
like when you look into an Enderman's eye and they freak out, is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's like they made she made eye contact with him and was immediately paralyzed.
All right.
And could not move. It's like a whole thing. All right. So, Tommy meets up with, now remember, Sam Nook. Nook. Okay. So, Tommy meets with Sam Nook, and Sam Nook is concerned about the nearby growth of the blood vines from the egg. And he assigns Tommy...
As he should be.
Yes. He assigns Tommy to go check out the egg and the vines. So he goes to do that. Now, by doing this, Tommy meets up with Bad and Ant. And both of them are delighted by his request to see the egg. They're like, yeah, sure, come on down. We'll show you the egg. We'll show you all this kind of weird stuff we got going on. It'll be great. So they lead him down to the egg. However, for some unknown reason, Tommy is completely unaffected, even with no armor, and standing directly on top of it.
Are we gonna get an answer for this, or has this not been explained yet?
We don't know.
Okay.
We have no idea what's going on with this. Some people theorize that it's because Dream called him the key to attachment, so Tommy has some kind of powers going on. But for reasons unknown, he is completely immune to the egg. Now this is concerning for Ant and Bad, because they want everybody under their control. So this is a problem. So they chase Tommy back out of the cavern. But Tommy gets back to the hotel, and Sam Nook drives them back. So he drives them away. And he protects
It must be so fun to play cultists on a Minecraft server.
It must be, honestly. Bad always seems like he has so much fun with it every time he gets on. It's really cool. So Sam Nook then gives Tommy fences, and he tells him to establish a strict perimeter around the hotel to try and protect it from the blood vines. So Tommy goes and does this, and eventually Tubbo joins in, and he helps him out. And Tommy's like, Tubbo, have you seen this egg thing? It's so weird and so crazy. So Tommy takes Tubbo down to the egg, and he doesn't get and he doesn't get why Ant and Bad seem to like it so much. So he's like, Tubbo, you should touch it. And Tubbo's like, okay. And
okay.
All right. So the second he does this, Tubbo immediately suffers a violent breakdown.
Dun 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 dun
He
dun dun.
no, it's not like not that kind of violent, just like it's really intense. So he bursts into tears, and he claims that the egg has been telling him horrible, horrible things just by touching him. Touching him. So Bad and Ant show up, and they try to convince the two to join the Eggpire. And then Tubbo manages to escape, but Bad and Ant trap Tommy inside an obsidian box. However, Sam Nook travels down to the cavern and rescues Tommy. And Tommy and Tubbo go back to Church Prime in order to cleanse themselves. So this is just Tubbo has a breakdown after meeting the egg, and everything's okay. So, after this...
Are no lingering control effects on Tubbo?
No. The thing that they say about the egg is that you either love it or you like violently oppose it. But the two things about it is that it has an effect on people, whether it's they love it or they violently oppose it. So the problem with Tommy is that he feels nothing. He doesn't love it, he doesn't hate it. He feels nothing. So that's what's concerning. So, anyway, Sam Nook then gives Tommy an order to tear down some more things in the sky, and Tommy writes a contract for real Sam, not Sam Nook, real Sam, to sign, detailing the specifics of their hotel deal. This contract agrees to give Tommy all of the credit for building the hotel, and makes Sam Nook his protector. So he's like, Sam Nook has to protect me, because I like
Why
Sam.
would Sam sign this deal?
He did. He was like, okay, and he did it. He's getting paid.
Oh, okay.
He's getting paid in diamonds, so why not? So Sam agrees, and he signs the contract. So then Tommy does some more tasks, and Sam Nook gives him the assignment to get the materials necessary for concrete. Blah blah blah. Tommy's doing side quests, basically. Tommy's doing a bunch of little side quests to get his hotel done. So Ranboo now shows Techno his Silk Touch ability.
Okay.
This leads Techno to refer to him as the main character. He says, "Why do you have so much main character energy? Does this make me the mentor? Am I gonna die in 3 weeks and you're gonna become stronger because of it?" So that's...
No, Ranboo's the main character because everyone just likes him more.
That's also true. Everybody likes Ranboo. I have not met a single person who watches the SMP who does not like Ranboo. So, they also discover that all of the spawners that Ranboo breaks somehow turn to pig spawners. So if he were to break a skeleton spawner, it becomes a pig spawner. If he were to break a spider spawner, it becomes a pig spawner. All of the spawners that he breaks somehow become pig spawners. No one is quite sure why,
Okay.
but this is how it works. They also discover that Ranboo can create an infinite food source. If he breaks a cake that is halfway eaten, it will come back as a full cake. So he has...
That sounds pretty good.
So he has...
Let them eat cake.
He has infinite cake. Infinite food, infinite cake. Good for him. So Tommy then gives all the materials that he's gathered to Sam Nook, who then informs Tommy that he will be able to have the hotel built by the next day. So that's what's going on with Tommy. Now, Carl's back. Hi, Carl. He hosts the next episode of Tales from the SMP, which is titled The Lost City of Mizu. Now, this episode...
This is the third one?
This is the third one, yes.
Okay.
Now, this episode is set hundreds of years in the future, and it follows 4 fishermen who uncover the lost underwater city and traverse several rooms that worship different members of the SMP. And they are led around by a character named Ranboo. I love that his name is Ranboo because it is so clear. He's played by Dream, and he is an apparent he is a descendant of Ranboo. And when Carl asked him his name, it was very, very clear that Dream had not thought up a name and just said Ranboo. So there's Ranboo and then there's Ranboo. Ranboo is Ranboo's descendant. Now, in the end, Ranboo reveals that he worships Dream. And he kills the final 2 fishermen who have survived the journey up until that point, and Carl narrowly escapes.
That is so comedically self-aggrandizing.
It was yeah, it really is.
But, where did Jackson go?
I don't know. He just kind of left, and Jackson? Oh, we have a new student, everybody!
Oh, hey!
Did you eat Jackson?
It's Jackson! No, guys, it's Jackson!
Yeah, there he is. All right.
This is becoming horrifically reminiscent of that old animated series on YouTube called Mob School.
Yeah, don't...
Do you guys remember that?
I don't need you to say anything else about this, all right?
Okay.
We got Jackson here. That's all that matters.
So anyway, Carl, after narrowly escaping...
Staying in here, Jackson.
After narrowly escaping Ranboo's slaughter, he returns to the present day, which reveals his status as a time traveler. So all of the tales from the SMP episodes are real and canonical, and they're different times Carl has traveled back or forward in time. So they're all canonical. So he writes in his diary, and he states that by time traveling, he hopes that he can prevent some bad outcomes. And he also reveals that every time he time travels, more and more of his memory is lost. But he considers it to be a worthy sacrifice. So we got our second amnesiac on this server. And there's gonna be more. So, anyways.
Everyone's just copying Ranboo's creativity.
Alright, so, okay. Now, Puffy, Bad, and Ant all meet in the egg pyre... Oh, hi, Jackson. All meet in the egg pyre room to discuss what to do about the egg. And Sam is there. Now, Sam reveals that Bad and Ant attempted to convert Tommy and Tubbo. Now this deeply disturbs Puffy because she doesn't want to believe that the two would go so far as to attack children. Because remember, in real life, content creators Tommy and Tubbo are minors. They are not 18. So she cannot
characters are ridiculously nebulous, right?
Yes, ridiculously nebulous. But we're just gonna go. Where did Roland go?
Hi, teacher. I'm hanging out with Endward over here.
Okay, you have fun. All right, whatever.
All right.
I really don't think that's the best name.
Yeah, it's really not. Anyway, so Bad manages to trick Sam into giving his pickaxes and his trident to Ant. And he has him move into the center of the meeting table. Now Bad hits a button that drops Sam directly into an obsidian cage that has been built over the egg. So he is now trapped in an obsidian cage with no way out. And he says that Sam will stay there until he learns to love the egg. And this is horrifying to Puffy. This is terrifying to Puffy. So,
again, some people are just never going to love the egg, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
So that could just be endless torture.
Yes.
Alright, I'm following.
Yep. So, Puffy flees when she sees the trap, and she considers joining Techno's side and accepting anarchy, as all sides and factions have led to destruction. And she makes a plan to free Sam the next day. So. Now Tommy comes back the next day, and he's like, what the hell? My hotel isn't done. You said my hotel was going to be done, as he is unaware of Sam's kidnapping. So he travels to find Puffy, and Puffy tells him what happened. Puffy says, like, Sam's been kidnapped, so that's why the hotel isn't done. So he's a bit wary of Puffy, because Puffy so far has said that, she's with the Eggpire. So he's a bit wary, he's not sure whether or not to trust her. And she explains to him that she's secretly against them. She's against the Eggpire. And then he agrees to join her to rescue Sam. So Puffy and Tommy travel down into the egg room, and they free Sam. Now Sam is traumatized by his ordeal.
Oh no.
He's he's tired, he's exhausted, and he explains that the egg gave him nothing to eat, and this is real, forced him to eat his own flesh to survive.
Yikes, that's not a good idea.
Yeah.
Don't do that at home, kids.
That's real. That is a real piece of lore. Sam has cannibalized himself before.
Started out as a server to play chill survival mode on.
Yep. Welcome to the evolution. Oh, Jackson's eating. Okay.
Alright.
So he has to be taken home, and Puffy and Tommy lead him back to his home, and they're both extremely concerned for his well-being. Tommy returns to the hotel, and he finds Sam Nook. He finds Sam Nook waiting for him. And Sam Nook gives him a safety vest, which is a dyed leather vest. It's very cute. Gives him a safety vest to wear on the build site, and requests that he find some cats to place around the perimeter of the hotel to keep creepers away. So he manages to tame a few cats, and Sam then assigns him to find 10 Hearts of the Sea, as they are Sam Nook's favorite snack. So Sam Nook eats Hearts of the Sea. So Tommy gets 2 Hearts of the Sea.
I never actually knew this. What's the use of the Heart of the Sea? What's the point of it?
I honest to God don't even know, man.
Alright, but Sam
Nook, obviously.
Yeah.
Sam Nook likes eating Hearts of the Sea.
Yeah. So Tommy gets 2 Hearts of the Sea from Tubbo, and he gets the rest from Eret. So Eret gives him the rest of the Hearts of the Sea. So, let's see. We gotta get... So, Bad, Ant, and... Yeah, okay. Punk! Punk's back! He's in the lore now!
He doesn't make a lemon tree, does he?
No!
He should. I like the lemon trees. Now,
Ant, Bad, and Punk, they meet in the Eggpire meeting room, where Ant reveals that Puffy helped Sam to escape. So Bad and Ant begin to plot to kill Puffy.
Oh no.
And Punk suggests, why don't you hire Purpled? Purpled's a mercenary. He's good at this. So Bad and Ant, then, they're not totally sure if Punk is loyal to them. So Bad and Ant force Punk to test his loyalty by trapping him in the obsidian cage with the egg. However, Punk doesn't really seem to mind. He's just like, okay, I guess I'm down here now. And he manages to escape from the obsidian blocks with no ill effects. However, Bad then logs back on later, and he scrambles to go back. So he hides back in the obsidian box, and Punk decides to use the situation to try and get some treats out of Bad, such as an iced mocha. This is, can you bring me an iced mocha? I think I'll really love the egg if I have an iced mocha.
Wait, so it sounds like Punk doesn't have any strong feelings about the egg either.
It's a little half and half with Punk. The reason it was such a big deal with Tommy was because it was the first time that had ever happened. So with
But
Punk,
it looks like Punk has whatever Tommy has.
yeah, it's a little bit, they don't talk about Punks as much in the lore. But Punk, yeah, it's a little bit, and over time Punk gets worn down a bit as well, so it's a bit, yeah. Anyway, so...
I just found the plot hole, that's all.
Yeah, you did. So Punk's like, can I get an iced mocha? I want an iced mocha. And Bad decides, I'm gonna leave you in that hole for another day. So Punk's like, alright. Alright, so... remember the nukes? We're gonna get back into the nukes.
Okay.
So...
Joey, could you give me a quick briefing on the nukes again?
Yes, the nukes are... this is called Project Dreamcatcher. It's run by Tubbo and Jack. And the idea behind the nukes is that they're going to be used as a deterrent for... sorry, there was a fly. As a deterrent for Dream. So if Dream ever escapes the prison, they can use nukes to destroy him.
Okay.
That is the goal. However, Jack has a secret plan to use the test of the nukes to kill Tommy.
Okay.
So, it's the day of the test. So Tubbo and Jack meet at Snowchester for the planned test of Project Dreamcatcher, and Jack sets his plan into motion, as he tells Sam Nook to get... dude, could you, get out of the way, please? Thank you. So he tells Sam Nook to get Tommy to collect spruce wood for the hotel. And when he does that, he sends Nikki to intercept Tommy and lead him towards the nuke site, which is close to a forest full of spruce wood. So, Tubbo begins a countdown for the test, and he warns everyone on the server to stay away from the area of the nuke site. Now, Jack begins to stall the countdown timer, as he attempts to buy Nikki some more time to get Tommy to the site, as he pretends to lose his key card. Now, Tubbo quickly crafts him another and becomes a bit suspicious of Jack's attempts to stall. However, they get to the end of the countdown timer, and Tubbo and Jack launch the nuke. And Tommy and Nikki arrive to the site 30 seconds late, missing the nuke entirely and sparing Tommy's life. Now, Tommy is thrilled by the huge explosion because he has no idea what was just about to go down. So he's like, holy shit, that was so cool! Meanwhile, Nikki is crushed by her defeat. So, Tubbo and Jack arrive on the scene, and Tubbo declares the mission a success, making plans to deactivate the other nukes for safety, as this was just a test, and Dream is in the prison.
Stupid question, why does Nikki and them want to kill Tommy again?
They're upset because they think that he destroys everything that they care about. Because Lamanberg died. And a bunch of other places got destroyed by Tommy's antics. So, they want him gone. So, Tubbo declares the mission a success and deactivates all the other nukes for safety reasons. Alright. So, Punk, still stuck in the obsidian cage, calls for help and is found by... Foolish! Now, Foolish attempts to help him. However, he's forced to retreat because Ant logs on, and he hopes that he was not spotted. Now, Foolish returns to his home in the desert, and he finds a blood vine growing over a statue of a snake that he built. And he does not remove it immediately because he fears Ant's presence. Because he's not sure what Ant's going to do. He knows Ant's online, and he's afraid that if he starts breaking things, Ant's going to find him. So, he leaves it there for the time being. Now, Bad, Quackity, and Callahan. Everybody remembers Callahan?
No.
Callahan's one of the
No.
original
I
members of the
remember
server.
that face.
Callahan's one of the original members of the server. It makes sense if you don't remember him because he does not speak ever on the server.
Oh, okay.
So he's just here. So, Bad, Quackity, and Callahan, they meet to discuss the egg. And Bad uses power as a potential selling point. Because as we've established, that's kind of Quackity's whole jam. He wants power. So he claims that by defeating...
Who doesn't trust that smile?
Exactly. He's so kind. Oh, boy.
He
Okay.
looks like shit ass from the memes.
He actually is.
Yeah, I thought so.
He actually is. If you look on the wiki, it labels shit ass as his cousin.
Yeah.
Like, actually. That's an actual thing. So, Bad uses power as a potential selling point, and he claims, because remember, the story they're telling the server is that they're gonna let the egg spread, and then they're gonna swoop in and take over and destroy it. That's what they're telling everybody. And Bad says, listen, Quackity, if you swoop in and defeat the egg after everything's over, you're gonna become the hero of the server. You're gonna become the hero. Everybody's gonna love you. And this intrigues Quackity, and he lets Bad...
This is my kind of villain.
Yeah, and he allows Bad to lead him back to the egg. Now, Carl overhears this, and he follows the two, secretly.
I can't do voices. I shouldn't even try.
What are you trying to do?
I tried to do the Steve Merchant Wheatley voice.
Oh.
What are you doing over there? I can't, no, I gotta stop.
You tried. It's okay. It's okay, Roland.
Continue the lecture.
You're trying. Okay. So, Quackity immediately jumps onto the egg, as he's intrigued, and he's able to hear the egg speak in a strange language. Now, this is the first time the egg can actually be heard by the audience as well.
Okay.
It's very...
I'm excited.
It's very freaking creepy. Basically, it's backwards speech put through a voice distortion thing.
So is it intelligible?
Yes. It is intelligible. There are videos online of people hearing people taking the audios from the egg and reversing them and fixing them so that you can hear what the egg is saying. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. So,
who voices the egg?
Bad does.
Got it.
Yep. So I'm pretty sure it's Bad. I think it's Bad. So the egg is basically Bad's whole story. So yeah, I think it's Bad. So Carl then messages Quackity, and he says, I have an important thing for you. You should leave immediately. And getting the message from Carl snaps Quackity out of it, and he tries to leave. However, Bad intercepts Quackity at the spider farm, and Quackity warns him to never try something like that again. He does not like being under the control of other people, and he says, don't ever try that to me again. Don't ever do it. And Carl jumps in between the two, and he punches Bad backwards and gives the two time, and gives both himself and Quackity time to escape. Now Bad returns to the egg, and he talks to it for a little bit, and then he realizes, oh yeah, you're still here. Ponk has been inside that chamber the entire time, and everybody forgot about him. So he frees him.
Wait, what was Ponk streaming during this time?
He wasn't streaming.
Got it.
So Quackity's like, oh yeah, you're in there. Okay, so he frees him, and he says,
Sorry to interrupt again, but come to think of it, what is Dream streaming right now?
Nothing.
Okay.
He's streaming
He's just
nothing.
streaming
He's in the prison.
I thought he would be streaming inside of the prison, just vibing in there.
He actually has not streamed any inside of the prison. Other people have streamed inside the prison, but he has not. I'm pretty sure, actually, I don't know how accurate this is, don't quote me on this. I think he hasn't streamed on the Dream SMP since he's been put into prison.
Has he played on it? Oh yeah, because he played to be in other people's scenes.
Yeah.
What is Dream doing if he's not as active on the SMP anymore?
He's making music videos.
Yeah, he's doing like music stuff, and he's doing like other manhunt stuff, and they all do other stuff outside of the Dream SMP. They're not on the Dream SMP every day. Like today Ranboo was streaming Lego Star Wars games. Actually.
Got it.
So So anyway.
Oh, the Lego Star Wars games were so good.
Yeah, so Ponk is freed. And Quackity convinces Bad to meet with him further away, as he hopes that the distance will hopefully weaken the egg's influence on him and he can hopefully get through to Bad. So Bad explains that the only reason he joined up with the Eggpire was to protect Skeppy. So he joined the egg to protect Skeppy because the egg has told him that the egg will give him a cure for Skeppy. Because if you remember, Skeppy's all screwed up and red and weird. So the egg has promised him a cure if he does whatever the egg wants him to.
Well, I'm guessing the egg delivers on that cure based on the state of his head.
Well, also he only wears the red skin for lore. When he's not doing lore, he just puts on the regular one.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, Quackity tries to convince Bad to take control of the egg instead of the other way around. He's like, why don't you control it? Why don't you have the power? And for a brief moment, Bad's like, yeah, why don't I do that? Why don't I do that? I should do that. However, the distance didn't do anything, and the egg starts speaking to Bad again. And Bad changes his mind. And he says, no, I'm gonna stick with the egg, and I'm gonna get Skeppy back. It's actually, like, really depressing. Like, when you think about it, like, Bad's not a bad guy at all. He's just trying to save his friend. And he can't figure out any other way how to. And it's very depressing.
Very dramatic.
Yeah, it's extremely dramatic. Anyway. Now it's Phil's turn to come across the horrifying sleepwalking Ranboo. So, Phil comes across Ranboo when he's sleepwalking, and he starts talking in a completely unknown language in the text chat of the game.
Okay.
And this is presumably Ender.
Can you give me an example of, like, what it looks like?
Give me 1 second. Hang on. I use this when I write fan fiction, so I can actually find this. Hang on. There's an Enderman language translator online. So, let me real quick.
Roland, is that just Pig Latin?
No, that's default text in Photoshop.
Looks like
that's cool.
Yeah, it's really cool and really creepy. That message says hello, by the way. So, it's a really simple cipher. It's like a symbol for every English letter. But yeah, it's creepy nonetheless in the moment. You're like, what the hell? Because
especially when you have no idea where it came from.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, what's going on? What's he doing? So, anyway, they do that.
How long did it take the internet to decipher the messages?
Not too long. I figured it out pretty quick. Somebody put up a translator online, and they figured it out pretty quick.
Yep.
Anyway, so, Ranboo and Tubbo then go, and they make a safe, in quotation marks, safe room beside the Cavern of the Egg, where they can observe the egg and take note of its growth, because they're both worried about it. Because they're like, what the hell is this thing? I want it gone. I don't like it. So they build, like, an observation room close by. So, Tommy is still doing chores for Sam Nook. So Sam Nook tells him to go clear out some weeds from around the hotel. And as Tommy is finishing clearing out the weeds, he is approached by Jack. And Jack claims he wants to help Tommy construct the hotel. Now Tommy hires him.
Jack wants Tommy dead, right?
Jack wants Tommy dead more than anything else in the world right now. Yes. That is Jack's whole character at this point. He wants Tommy dead.
Got it.
So, Tommy hires him, and Sam provides both of them with the new safety leggings. And Sam Nook assigns Tommy and Jack to remove several ugly and abandoned builds around the hotel, such as Purple's old real estate business, and the remains of Ponk's third lemon tree. So they're just removing stuff that's old, abandoned, hasn't been used in a while. They're just getting rid of it. They're just cleaning up the server. Sam Nook then alerts Tommy
getting rid of history.
Don't be like chat. Okay, that's what chat says. Every time they try to clean up the server, chat yells at them for removing history, even though history looks butt ugly. And we have VODs.
Yeah, don't
All
remove
right.
history,
It's
though.
okay.
Learn from it.
We have the museum. Eret has a whole ass museum. Full of historical things.
Oh, it's taking genuine restraint to not make a Southern statue joke.
We can get rid...
I honestly wanted
We-
you to make a Southern statue
We
joke.
can get
Because I couldn't
rid
come up with one.
of Purple's old real estate business, which lasted like 2 days. And then he left and did something else. We can get rid of that. It's fine. Calm down. So, Sam Nook also alerts Tommy to some blood vines as they've begun spilling into the build site, and he tells him to remove the vines and burn them in soul fire. And when he is finished, Sam asks him to find out more information on the egg from the other SMP citizens.
Okay.
So, Sam, real Sam, comes back, and he and Tommy discuss Jack, because they're both a little suspicious of his actions. And Sam reports Jack to Sam Nook. Now, Sam makes a report to Sam Nook, and Sam says, "I want you to make sure Jack stays away. I don't trust him. I don't think he's got the best intentions for Tommy. I want you to make sure he stays away." So Sam Nook does this. Now, Jack returns later to the build site for payment because Tommy hired him, and Sam Nook tells him to leave. And he doesn't leave. He says, "I don't want to leave. I want to be paid." So Sam Nook kills him. This is not a canon death. Sam Nook just kills him, and he says, "I'm going to discuss payment with Tommy, and then we'll deal with this." So,
Where?
okay. So, if you'll recall, Tommy took down the remains of the third lemon tree.
It's only fitting that Tommy's the one to do that.
Now Ponk is mad. But he's not mad at Tommy. He's mad at Sam for giving the order. What is dying over there?
I tried to spawn a panda and it spawned in the wall, and now I'm sad.
Oh, is the panda Kenny?
Roland! You
I'm
killed a panda?
no,
Why
I
was that
tried to
necessary?
spawn a panda and then the wall killed it. But here's a new
Okay.
panda.
Well, anyway.
He's my friend.
Anyway, so Ponk's mad. And Ponk, remember how the first time he stole Fran and replaced him with a fake Fran? Sam's dog? He stole Sam's dog and replaced it with
Yeah.
a fake dog and all this stuff? He does that again. Except he doesn't just place one fake Fran, he places like 30 fake Frans all throughout the base. In hopes of confusing Sam.
Oh, where's the real Fran?
With the real Fran is with Ponk. So, anyway, let's see.
He should have mixed the real one in with the 30 so he could never know which one was real.
I know, right? But then Ponk would also not know which one was real anymore.
I guess he wouldn't have leverage then.
Yeah, it would be more difficult. So, we're gonna get a little bit of some fun Sapnap lore. A sprinkling of Sapnap lore. So Sapnap's on a
Alright.
trip with George and Carl. And Sapnap claims that he was born in fire. And that lava will not harm him.
So we got
He's a demon.
someone whose lava's his mom now.
They're confirming. Well, no, he didn't say that lava is his mother. He's basically, he says he was born in fire. A lot of people have interpreted that as he's a demon from the Nether, which makes a lot of sense when you consider his history with pets. And then
Could be a blade.
and
know.
George, yeah, it could be that as well. George later punches Sapnap into lava, and Sapnap survives. Which
Pull this off in game.
yes. He lives.
Maybe there's some sort of potion that makes you immune to lava, and Dream logged on and gave it to him.
Maybe, I don't know, but just know in the lore, Sapnap.
Oh, can we stop the lecture for a moment to look at this panda real quick?
That's a very
He's a
good
very
panda.
good boy.
Silly motherfucker with his arms in the air. Silly motherfucker with his arms in the air. Silly motherfucker
How do I
with his
pet
arms
in
the air.
Minecraft? How do I do that?
What, this?
Like this.
No!
Demerit,
would you do
demerit,
that?
demerit. Several thousand demerits for you.
I
don't
have
know how-
returned.
I don't know how the
Hey.
demerit system works.
Action quick, help me kill this panda.
No,
Okay.
Tyler, no, Tyler.
I'm protecting this panda.
Jackson, if you kill this panda, it's a demerit.
Oh. Okay.
Put everyone in survival mode and we'll kill each other if we harm or don't harm this panda respectively. I'm petting this panda right now.
Silly motherfucker with his arms in the air. Silly motherfucker with his arms in the air. Aw.
Alright, let's continue the lecture.
Anyway, so yes, Sapnap was born in the Nether. Born in fire. That's his character. Welcome back, Jackson.
Who did that?
You can't do that so
I don't
close to
know,
Edward,
but
We
man.
can't have class here. This is a flooding hazard. Shaka University could get sued. Everyone,
I mean,
please
look at all
evacuate
these
the cave.
axolotls in here. Oh no!
Oh my god. Everything's gonna break. Everything's gonna lag and break.
Everyone, please evacuate the cave. This is not a drill.
Oh, the panda's drowned. Okay, the panda's fine. We're good.
No,
Panda's
Panda,
not
get back
drowning.
into the water.
No.
Where are we going?
The Great Panda debate.
We're
It's gonna
going to
conclude. We need to get rid of
house.
How
them.
did I get out here?
Did you know Sapnap? The reason they call him Sapnap is because it's pandas backwards.
Oh, for
Really?
realsies?
Yeah, that's where
That's
he
quite
got his
humorous.
name. It's because it's pandas backwards. Except it's not.
All right, guys.
because
So where do you want to
Sapnap
do the
backwards
next
is-
bit of lecturing?
I thought we were gonna do it in the demon house.
Well, no, it's haunted. We should just do it like on the ground.
No, we're
Outside
going.
the
I'm
house.
going in the haunted house. I don't care.
Are we doing this in the
You're
haunted
gonna
house?
die.
You're gonna
The egg's gonna be in there. It's
I
gonna
wanna
get you.
go in it.
Timothy.
Oh my god, Axolotl Pond.
Timothy.
Yeah, there's a.
Timothy.
They have a pet axolotl here.
Timothy.
Tom-
Can we do the lecture by the axolotl pond?
Timothy.
Actually, I'm
no, we're
all
going
for
inside
that.
the house.
Oh,
It's name
okay.
tagged. I can't kill it.
Oh, by the way, teacher, I have this if you
Oh
need
no!
it.
Timothy, back in your pond. No, back.
No, Timothy can leave if he wants. That's why we made the stairs.
Oh, that's true.
Here's a. I
Oh,
had.
no,
I got that
one.
head somehow.
I got one.
All right. Well, I got my. Can I get a? Can I trade this for a H-bomb head? A.
Go nuts. All right. Anyway, let's go inside and let's do this lecture, please. Okay. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just cleaning up the mess that I made.
Welcome.
Yo, why is
Whoa.
this filled with diamond ore?
We have.
This is a strange house, isn't it?
It's a little
Quite
bit of a
so.
weird house,
It's
yeah.
made
There are
out
like,
of
are those watermelons?
Why does it say armpit here?
Wait, it says armpit. Oh,
Armpit.
this is a man. This is the guy that lives here, I guess.
What?
And these are his armpits. They're labeled, just so you're aware.
Does he
I
want to
killed
see
him.
the lecture?
I killed him.
I mean, he's
Well,
here and
not
he's not
anymore.
attacking us.
What's down here?
Please stop
Ooh.
placing H-bomb everywhere.
I'm sorry. I'll make my own room for H bombs.
Yeah, you
There
can
was
have
an
an
Oh,
H-bomb.
there's just a
H-bomb
door here.
Server.
This is a fun house. There's just a door.
Okay, anyways.
I'm in
Puffy.
class. I don't know about the rest of them.
Alright, Puffy. We're talking about Puffy. Thank you. We're talking about Puffy. So Puffy, if you remember, the community house was destroyed at the
Yep.
end of L'Manberg's life. That was what partially caused the end of L'Manberg. That's not Puffy. Puffy goes and rebuilds the house, and she upgrades its design slightly. It looks very good. Thank you, Puffy, for making the house look nice. Anyway, Bad goes and visits Dream in the prison. Now, Bad is much kinder to Dream than Tommy was. He plays some games with him, and he updates him on what's been going on the server. And Dream hands him a letter which thanks him for visiting, and reveals that his favorite game to play is to throw his clock into the lava wall that covers the cell and force Sam to bring him a new one. That's his favorite game.
Violent.
Now, Bad assures Dream that he will try to tell Sapnap and George to visit him, because Dream says that he misses George and Sapnap the most. Now, he contemplates becoming a prison guard in an attempt to make things a bit better for Dream, because he believes that the conditions for Dream are too harsh. Now, he believes that Dream deserves to be locked up in prison. He just also believes that it's a bit much. And that he
Now, is
shouldn't-
Bad also slow pitching the egg religion to Dream during this conversation?
Not really, actually. He kind of backs off on it. It's more about the prison visit. In
Okay.
general. Yes. Alright.
That's cool.
So, Bad also discovers that the blood vines cannot grow on the Holy Land. It's blessed land. The egg can't get there. God, the slippery floor is the worst. Okay.
So we just need to expand the role of religion in this world.
Exactly. So, Ranboo visits Dream in the prison. Now, Ranboo's gonna go visit Dream. And Ranboo confronts Dream, and he says, I haven't done any of the things that the stupid dream voice in my head accused me of. And then Dream begins speaking in the third person, in the same way that the dream voice does in Ranboo's head. And he says, Ranboo did do those things, and that the two of them are best friends. And Ranboo opens the chest that contains Dream's books, and he finds that they are all copies of his memory book. And Dream claims that nothing that's been happening is even real. And he disappears. And then the ceiling and the floor of the cell both collapse, and Ranboo blacks out. It's a dream. Ranboo's in a dream.
Oh.
It's a dream. Ranboo's in a dream. It's a real freaky.
This is all a dream sequence. Dream did not just escape.
No.
It is a dream sequence.
Yes.
Get it?
Yeah. It's a dream sequence, but it's a really freaky one. And
how did they
really
pull this off in game?
I, honest to God, don't know. Literally, everything starts going nauseous out of nowhere, and the ceiling collapses, and Ranboo falls to the floor, and he blacks out. It's insane. It's really creepy. I don't know. I do not know how they did it. I'm guessing they might have, like, opened up a copy of the server somewhere else just so they could destroy the prison for this one bit. Could you stop chewing so damn loudly?
Sorry, I'm just enjoying some hot chip.
Thank you. Okay. So, anyway. What are you doing?
That was funny. I apologize.
Okay. Anyway. So, Bad...
I vote myself best student.
Yes. So
you have the most demerits out of all of us.
So, Bad...
Just because I killed one polar bear.
Bad and Ant! Bad and focus! We got a lot of ground to cover. Focus.
Right.
Bad and Ant, they have another meeting to discuss Puffy. And the three meet up with Ponk. And you can't see it on this skin, but Ponk's eyes are now red. But the rest of his skin remains unchanged. And this makes the Eggpire skeptical of his allegiance once again. So Ponk leads them to Purpled. And Purpled agrees to help them kill Puffy. However, he has a very hefty price. So instead of having him kill Puffy, they work out a deal for Purpled to bring Puffy to the Obsidian Chamber, rather than just outright kill her.
Do we know how Puffy would react to that yet?
Badly.
Gotcha.
So Bad is unconvinced that Ponk is truly corrupted. So he places him back inside the Obsidian Chamber to spend more time with the egg. Why are you just standing on H-Bomb's head now?
Don't look at me.
Okay. Alright.
I was just standing here minding my own business.
So Ponk, once they've all left him in the Obsidian Chamber, Ponk reveals that he isn't corrupted, and he's been using red contacts to fool the Eggpire, and he escapes the Egg's cavern. Anyway.
I kind of expected that from Ponk.
Yeah, he's kind of cool, actually. Ponk does a lot of cool stuff. So, Ranboo wakes up, and he's like, what the fuck just happened?
What the fuck?
Because a lot
Does he know
of
it was
stuff...
a dream at this point?
He does not. He has no idea whether or not his visit with Dream really happened. So he decides he's going to go back to the prison. And he's going to look around the prison, he's going to see if it looks the same as it did when it was in his dream. Because if it wasn't the same, then it was just a dream and it's fine. Because he's never been there before. He doesn't know what the prison looks like. So, however, Sam tells him that the prison is currently under quarantine, and that no visiting the prisoner is allowed. However, he does... Ranboo says... Oh, hold on one second. Okay. Why are your shoulders not covered?
this skin is really old, and I got it when I was like way younger, so I didn't even realize it until like
You know that's a violation of school policy, right, Jackson?
You have a lightning bolt like shoulder cutout top.
He's a battery.
Yeah, I just yeah, my shoulders and my like neck aren't textured, so they were like, what the fuck?
Fantastic. So anyway, the prison is under quarantine. However, Ranboo says, I don't want to visit the prisoner. I just want to look around. So Sam's like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's fine. So Sam, every time someone enters the prison, Sam asks them a series of questions. And one of the questions is, when were you here last? So Ranboo says, I haven't been here. This is my first time, ever. And Sam kind of pauses. And he says,
oh no.
And he says, Ranboo, you've been here several times. What are you talking about? And Ranboo's like, I have not been here. I've never been here. What are you talking about? And Sam says, because every time you enter the prison, you have to sign contracts. And Sam says, I have contracts from you. Signed. By you. From previous visits. Several times. And Ranboo is still like, I haven't been here.
Hold up.
I don't know what you're talking
Ranboo
about.
knows he has memory problems.
Yes.
So why is this surprising?
It's concerning because, you know, he's worried, because now he's not just worried about memory problems, he's concerned about what he does when he doesn't think he's fully in control of himself.
Got it. Okay.
Sleepwalking. So that's what he's freaked out about. So Ron was
Has
like,
the memory problems kind of been dropped in favor of this at this point in the story?
It's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of, is it memory problems? Is it I'm doing things I don't remember because it kind of fits in with the memory problems thing, because the memory problems is kind of aligned with I am doing things I do not remember while I'm sleeping, which is freaking me out, is the thing. So Sam kicks him out of the prison because he's like, you're lying. I can't have you in this prison if you're gonna lie to me and you can't have the truth. So he kicks Ranboo out. And Ranboo panics because he's like, I've never been to this prison. I don't know what I was doing in the prison. Was I visiting Dream? What was I doing? What was I talking to Dream about? So however, he tries to calm himself down, and he convinces himself that someone must have forged it. It's a forgery. It wasn't me. Someone must have forged it. Someone must have disguised themselves as me and forged my signature. So Sam and Ranboo, they meet back up at the community house to discuss the evidence, because Ranboo's like, I think someone forged my signature. I don't think that's mine. And Sam hands over several contracts. Each of them are signed by Ranboo, but what's even more concerning is that each contract is not signed in English. It is signed in the weird-ass Ender language, which is terrifying. Anyways, so this deeply disturbs Ranboo as he's like, what the fuck? What is this? I don't remember doing this. So
now, has he seen this language before, or is it just the audience who recognizes this?
I think it's unclear. It's unclear. He seems to partially recognize it, but he's still freaked out by it nonetheless. So Sam temporarily bans Ranboo from the prison, and Ranboo's like, that's fine. Ranboo's like, actually, keep me out of the prison. Don't let me in. Ever. Regardless of what I say, do not let me into the prison. So Sam's like, okay. And just leaves. Now, Ranboo, in doing this, he realizes that... Now, he calls it his Enderwalk state. Sleepwalking while he's like more of an Ender guy. He calls it Enderwalk. Which is a really cool name for it, actually. And I really love the term Enderwalk. So, he calls it Enderwalk. And he deduces that since he writes everything down that he remembers, his Enderwalk state must do the same. And therefore, he believes that his Enderwalk state has a fourth memory book hiding somewhere with everything he's talked about with Dream. And he says, I'm gonna find it. He's like, I need to find that book. I need to find out what... Somebody just laughed really, really loud outside my window. That was weird. He says, I gotta find it. I gotta figure out what's going on. I gotta learn what I've been doing. So that's Ranboo's new mission. Now, Ponk, he feels a bit bad about the whole prank, and he returns the real Fran to Sam's base. However, while he's in Sam's base, the egg starts talking to him.
Ooh.
And the egg is trying to convince him to kill the real Fran. However, for this one period of time, he manages to overcome it, and instead, he kills the fake Fran. So the real Fran, still fine. So, Tommy then pays Sam Nook. Here, where's Tommy? There's Tommy. Tommy then pays Sam Nook more diamonds to speed up the building process. And Sam asks Tommy to find a way to destroy the egg, as it is a threat to the hotel and the server as a whole. So Tommy's like, yeah, sure, I can do that, whatever. So he goes down to the egg, and the egg begins talking to Tommy. Now this freaks Tommy out, and he decides to break off a piece of the egg. So he breaks off a piece, but this pisses off the egg, and Ponk arrives in his disguise to force Tommy to leave the room. So Tommy has successfully broken off a piece of the egg.
Okay.
Yeah.
With what?
A pickaxe, just a normal-ass pickaxe.
Alright.
Yep. Now. Carl hosts the next episode of Tales from the SMP. This episode is titled The Masquerade, and it is my favorite episode to date. It is the best one. So, this episode details a masquerade ball held in the past by a character named... I'm getting the head out for this one. Sir Billiam the Third.
Who
is played by Techno. However, the ball, he also, Ranboo is also there. He plays Sir Billiam the Third's butler, who is named Butler, and is not allowed to speak unless told he is allowed to speak.
I love that.
Yeah. Sir Billiam the Third. It also has the best line of dialogue in any single Tales from the SMP ever, because Sir Billiam walks up to one of his guests. He says, "Ah, it is good to see you. How's the family?" And his guest says, "They're gone." And he goes, "How's the wife?" And he goes, "I'm divorced." And Billiam goes, "It's hard to talk to you," and then moves on. Which is my favorite line of dialogue in any Tales from the SMP ever. So, anyway. So in this episode, the ball spirals into chaos, and it becomes like a murder mystery episode. Guests of the masquerade begin slowly dying one by one, and they're trying to figure out who's doing it and what's going on. And in the end of the episode, Sir Billiam and his butler are left. And they take Carl down to the basement. And they reveal that the egg is there. The egg is in the basement.
Okay.
Now, this is in the past. Remember, this is in the past. Carl's a time traveler. So the egg is in their basement. And it is revealed that the butler has been killing the guests under the command of Billiam in order to sacrifice them to the egg. And the two of them kill Carl. Straight up. Now, this is also not a canon death, but they do straight up kill Carl. And when Carl wakes up again, he is in a huge white castle.
Carl's the time traveler, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So he wakes up in this huge white castle, which is called the In-Between, where this mysterious unknown person is leaving him messages that tells him the In-Between is a safe place. And the messages tell him to move his library. Now, his library is the place he writes a book about each of his adventures after he comes back from them, and he keeps them in a library. And the voice in the In-Between tells him to move the library so that it will not be found and destroyed. So, that's the episode of Tales from the SMP. So, Puffy. Let's talk about Puffy for a little bit. Now, Puffy makes plans. She hears about Tommy being able to break off a piece of the egg. And it gives her hope. She's like, well, if Tommy can just break it, I'm gonna go destroy the damn thing. So she goes to destroy the egg herself. However, when she goes to destroy the egg, when she breaks off a piece, the egg does damage back. Every time she breaks off a piece, it takes away 5 hearts.
Darn, okay.
Which nearly kills her. and then forces her to retreat. So we're gonna go into.
So I'm saying, bring a lot of healing potions and a lot of people here,
and
we
just
could do
kill
Bring
the
some of
thing.
your infinite cake.
You would think, yes.
Yeah, infinite cake. That could
Infinite
do
cake, yeah, exactly. Okay, so in smaller news, Ponk is making plans to ask out Sam for Valentine's Day.
Aw.
It's very sweet. It's about to get less sweet, but we're going to talk about that later. Tubbo also upgrades the borders of Snowchester. They become stone brick rather than just wood. And Puffy discovers a sign reading Anarchy in her basement, presumably left by Techno, with a book containing coordinates and instructions to leave a note if she needs him. She then follows the coordinates and ends up at Techno's cabin. So, while she's at Techno's cabin... Now, Ranboo begins streaming, and this is one of my favorite streams of all time, because he starts streaming in the Enderwalk state. He begins the stream, he is completely silent, he's walking around, he's randomly moving grass blocks, he doesn't say a word. And then out of nowhere, he randomly wakes...
Quick question.
Yes. Yes.
Off camera, you said that the Dream SMP were preparing to do something that had never been done in a live stream before, and everyone was super excited about it.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
this it?
No.
You'll tell us when that happens,
yes,
right?
it wasn't that it had never been done in a live stream before. It was that it had never been done in one of Ranboo's streams before. I misinterpreted the tweet that came out about that. But anyway, so Ranboo then randomly wakes up and completely forgets everything, and he continues on as if his stream had just begun, which is actually really cool. He does this for like 10 minutes. He just wanders around the server for 10 minutes doing completely nothing, and then snaps out of it and is like, hey everybody, welcome to the stream! And it's
Dude, I love performance art.
It's freaky and I love it. It's really great. So Ranboo then spots Puffy, who's at Techno's cabin, and he's a little freaked out by this because Techno's cabin is supposed to be a secret location, so he's like, what are you doing here, person I don't know well? And Puffy asks him if he was the one who left the note for her, and he doesn't respond. He's like, I don't want to talk to you, and he kind of leaves. So Puffy decides to leave a literal note. She leaves a note block in Techno's attic. And then Ranboo says, you know what, guys? I think my Underwalk is done. I think it's over. I think I haven't done it in years. In weeks. In this exact same stream where he started it out.
Oh, man.
Which is so cool. But anyway, yeah, this 17-year-old boy, man, he's so creative. This teenage boy is so creative. I can't
He's
say
17?
I don't know, actually. He has asked, don't speculate about my age, just know I'm a minor, so
Gotcha.
Yeah, anyway, so, he's very creative, is the point. I like him a lot. He's a very cool dude. So Carl, he's back on the SMP, and he decides that he's going to move his library, and for the safety of it. And he teams with Sapnap and George to build a new place for his library. And they decide that just moving the library isn't enough. They're going to form a brand new nation. Now, by forming...
Getting Sapnap involved in any project just sounds like a bad idea.
At this point, yeah. But they do it anyway because they like him. Remember, Carl and Sapnap and Quackity are in a polyamorous relationship at this point.
Right.
Character-wise. Not in real life, character-wise. So, but keep in mind, Quackity's not here. That's a surprise hint that will help us later. Anyways, so these three, George, Sapnap, Carl, they decide to form a brand new nation, which officially disbands L Rapids. L Rapids is no longer here. And they decide to name the new nation after the mushroom theme they're planning to use. They want to use like a mushroom theme, build all the buildings like out of mushroom blocks and stuff like that, because the aesthetic is very nice.
So do they destroy the city in the sky, finally?
Not yet. Well, they destroyed the city in the sky a while ago. When they changed the name to El Rapids, they destroyed the city in the sky, and they took over a different land of area to take over as El Rapids territory.
Got it.
So, While they're all
What is your problem, Roland?
Nothing, just stand still.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What's down there? Is this just a hole to the void?
What?
Nice.
No.
Anyway, I'm continuing the lecture whether y'all are here or not. All right. So while Carl and George are building this library, right? Sapnap, he goes to visit Dream in the prison. So Sapnap goes to visit Dream in the prison, and as he gets close to the cell, Sam, who takes everybody to the prison, he leads them all there. He tells Sapnap that Dream has been refusing to speak. And Dream does. He refuses to speak during the visit, and he communicates only through his books, which annoys Sapnap. And Sapnap tells him, listen, I think you need to be in here. And if you try to escape, I'm going to hunt you down myself, and I will take down your last canon life. And Dream tells Sapnap, well, could you help me with something? And Sapnap's like, I guess, what is it? And he says, I miss Ranboo. Ranboo hasn't visited me in a while. I miss him.
Oh.
Could you? And Sapnap says, well, alright, I can... Do you want me to give him a message? I can give you a message. I can give Ranboo a message from you if that's what you want. And Dream says, sure. Just tell him... Just tell him that. So Sapnap's like, okay. So he leaves, and he meets up with Ranboo in the community house. And he says, hey, man, Dream had a message for you, and here it is. And he hands over the book, and it's just the smiley face. And Ranboo...
That's so creepy. I just got it.
Yeah, it's very creepy. You gotta remember, Dream's skin, you can't see it in just the head. But the body of his skin is just a smiley face.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's hard.
That makes the smiley face feel way less random.
Oh, yeah, it's very sinister, actually. It's freakishly sinister. So...
Oh, geez, I never appreciated that before.
Yeah, it's real creepy. It's real creepy, and I really like it. So Sapnap meets with...
Dream is such a fun villain once he had time to develop.
He's so good! He's so creepy, and I love him. He's awesome. But anyway, so Sapnap passes on the message to Ranboo. And when Ranboo reads it, he goes dead silent. And he freezes. And he just runs away. Like, Sapnap's calling after him. He's like, dude, are you good? And Ranboo just leaves. And then... Like 5 minutes later, after Ranboo's gone from sight, Ender text appears in the chat. Ranboo's talking in Ender again. And he sends a message to him in Ender. And this has been translated to read, doomed are those who try to run, for it always catches up eventually. And then there is a smiley face.
Okay.
I love that shit. Anyway. So, I'm super biased towards Ranboo's lore. I love Ranboo's lore. It's creepy as hell. I love it a lot.
What I really like about this is that some kid is coming up with this stuff while they're bored in their high school algebra class.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. The dream voice thing in the panic room, that was completely improv. Ranboo literally, he messaged Dream on Discord and was like, hey, can you play a voice in my head for a second? I want to try something. And Dream was like, yeah, sure.
That's really cool.
And they just improv'd all of that on the spot. It was really great. So, anyway. Bad. He meets with Techno. To confront him. Number one, to confront him about Puffy. Because he's like, I feel like Puffy's trying to join your side. And Bad brings Techno to see the egg. Now, Bad attempts to convince Techno to join the Eggpire. And he is almost successful. Because he says the Eggpire is anti-government. And Techno's like, well, yeah, so am I. That's kind of my whole jam. I don't like the government. Okay? I do not like the government. It sucks.
See the annoying anarchist from, the third arc?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, so he's like, yeah, I hate the government. That sounds awesome. Now, Ranboo notices that Bad is taking Techno down to the egg. So he follows quietly. He sneaks in. And Puffy also notices what's going on, and she spies the two before confronting them. And Bad tells her not to interfere. And he reveals that he was the one to leave the anarchy sign for her in an attempt to bait her to Techno's side. I don't know why. That's part of the lore that's a little bit like, why would you do that? But he did it. So Bad tells Techno that the egg will give him anything he wants. The egg gives all of its supporters anything they want. And this immediately makes Techno suspicious. Because he believes...
Why would you be suspicious of that?
Because he believes that he's strong enough to get what he wants on his own. And therefore he doesn't...
Loser.
And so he doesn't need any egg to do it for him. So the egg also attempts to speak to Techno, but Techno doesn't understand anything it says.
Okay.
There's a language barrier. And however... While this is happening, Bad catches Ranboo sneaking into the cavern. And Ranboo tries to claim that he's just lost. Honestly, that doesn't work. And Bad attempts to get Ranboo to touch the egg, but Ranboo doesn't hear the egg. He hears nothing, and this is frustrating to Bad. And Bad tries to...
Ranboo the same as Tommy?
No.
Okay.
It'll come back later. So Bad then tries to threaten Techno, because he's like, I have Ranboo. I'll kill him. I'll kill him right now if you don't join the egg fire. However, he then realizes that Puffy, Techno, and Ranboo are all there against just him. So he kind of realizes, oh, I'm outnumbered. And he attempts to kill Puffy to kind of balance things out, but this goes wrong because he's immediately attacked. Obviously.
Purple can win a 7v1 fight. You should be able to win this.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he doesn't. So Bad manages to escape, but he returns once more to make his offer one more time to Techno. And Techno refuses. He's like, I'm not into this. You're kind of culty, and I'm not into that, so no.
Okay.
And then Techno and Puffy, they decide to name the resistance against the egg fire Pro-Omelet. Because Techno suggests eating the egg to stop it. So the resistance is an omelet. Now, Ranboo returns to the room alone, and he considers destroying the egg, but he decides against it. Because what he's worried about is he's worried that the egg's influence is so strong on certain people that destroying the egg will kill the people. So he's worried about that. Now the egg talks to Ranboo. And he understands its language, and he can talk back to it. And the egg calls him a traitor, and claims that he helped Dream. And Ranboo denies this heavily. And he breaks off a piece of the egg to prove it has no power over him. And he nearly kills himself in the process. But he does it. Good job.
Question.
Yes.
Could he do the silk touch hands thing and just grab a piece and run off?
No, if you break off any piece of the egg, it instantly damages you regardless of what tool you use.
Okay, so he can't just, like, pick it up and run off.
Yeah, he can't just be like, scoop, bye.
So can he take a piece of the egg and keep it?
Tommy has done that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Tommy has done that. Anyway, so I didn't mention this before because it wasn't relevant at the time. But the first day Ranboo was on the server, Tubbo took him on a tour around the server, and they went into the Nether. And when they went into the Nether, they found a baby zombie piglin chicken jockey, which is super. I don't know how rare that is, but it feels pretty rare. And they named him Michael, and they hid him away to protect him because they didn't have time to take him back at the time. But they hid him away in the Nether, and they're like, we're gonna come back for this guy at some point. This is Michael, and we like him. So Tubbo and Ranboo travel back to the Nether to rescue their zombified baby piglin jockey, Michael! Now, Michael is going to become one of the most important characters in the series to me. To me specifically. And to these two. If you are to even touch a hair on this little zombie baby piglin's head, they will beat you to death. We're gonna get more into that later. But anyway, so they travel to the Nether to rescue their zombified baby piglin. They rescue Michael. And Bad actually assists, which is cool. Bad helps them dig a tunnel all the way from the Nether portal they'd built to Snowchester. And they successfully put Michael into Tubbo's cabin at Snowchester. So, Michael's here now. We love Michael. Michael's the best. Okay. Now, this is on Valentine's Day too as well. This is on Valentine's Day. Ponk asks Sam out through an elaborate roller coaster system that he named the Woo Station. And Sam accepts. So they go out on a nice picnic for Valentine's Day.
Oh, how is this gonna turn sour?
Oh man, oh man, oh man, don't you wait. Just you wait, it's gonna get rough. So, anyway, Carl, we're back to Carl. He's hosting another episode of Tales. This one's called The Wild West. It takes place around the same time as The Masquerade, and it consists of Carl helping a small western town rid themselves of unruly bandits. It's a very fun episode. At the end of
Is there any lore implications or just having fun?
Let me get there. So, after the episode, Carl once again winds up in the in-between. And now he's seeing several versions of himself from different timelines wandering around. And he is warned to not stray from his path. So
Any chance has this stream happened after Loki was released?
No. We're back in February, dude.
Gotcha.
We're still back in February. So, Tommy finds that his hotel has been completed. His hotel is built. It's up there. It's great. It's called the Big Innit Hotel, and he is thrilled with the results. And Sam Nook also leaves a couple of chests, and he says, if you'd like me to unlock some upgrades to this hotel, you can get some more stuff. And we'll like make the hotel look nicer if you get some more materials. That would be fun.
He's really having fun with Animal Crossing.
Yeah, he is. He is. Sam Nook, my beloved. So then Tommy takes Jack to the hotel. And he's like, Jack, I've learned nothing from my suspicions of you earlier. Would you like to be the first employee as the new hotel? And Jack says, sure. And Tommy says, okay, so the first thing you're gonna do is go find some diamonds so I can get the upgrades. And Jack goes away to do that. So Jack is now an employee of the Big Innit Hotel.
Dualism taken over.
So, Carl and Sapnap, they continue to work on their new country, and they officially name it Kinoko Kingdom. So Carl and Sapnap have Kinoko Kingdom.
The mushroom one, right?
Yes, it's the mushroom place with Carl's library. So they have Kinoko Kingdom. Puffy, in a very nice gesture, she begins to place a layer of glass over the whole of L'Manberg, where L'Manberg once was. She places a glass over the crater in an effort to preserve the history there. It's very nice. It looks very nice. Hey, Roland, would you like to do the honors?
Oh.
Put the H-bomb head up there.
Yeah!
For a brief moment. So, H-bomb contracts Foolish to build him a mansion. Okay, I hope you enjoyed H-bomb on the board.
I did.
Right.
I did.
So, Tommy, here we go. Now we're getting into shit. Okay. So, Tommy is now looking for closure. Okay, he has his hotel. He has everything. But he's still always thinking about his trauma and what he went through with Dream. So he decides that he wants some real closure. And he's going to go back to the prison and visit it one last time. Because he wants to move past
Is he gonna
everything.
not be an asshole this time?
He's a little bit of an asshole, but that's just Tommy.
It's Tommy.
Yeah. So he goes to the prison and he tells Dream, this is my last time being here. I'm not coming back. I'm just coming here for closure. I'm done with you. And before Tommy can leave, a huge explosion goes off somewhere close to the prison. Now, this does not damage the prison because the prison is, like, made of obsidian and all this stuff, so the prison itself is not damaged. But a huge explosion goes off. And the prison enters a period of lockdown for safekeeping. And Dream is like, dude, Sam's not gonna let you leave. And Tommy's like, that's not true. Sam's gonna get me out of here. And then Sam messages Tommy and says, do you remember the contracts you signed? There's a security threat. I need to figure out who's trying to bomb this prison and who's trying to get in. And I can't let you out until I figure that out. So Tommy is stuck in the prison with Dream.
This is such a fun, classic premise.
Yeah, it's really good. The day this happened was insane. I wasn't there before.
You can tell they're getting better at writing as this goes on.
Yeah, what? Yeah, I won't. I'm gonna get it after this. Okay. Alright, so Tommy's in prison. Tommy's in prison. It's not good. It's not good at all. And with this, we enter the prison lockdown era. Now remember, each arc is split into different eras. So we're still in the final arc, but we're entering the prison lockdown era. Now Jack, he just learned of Tommy's imprisonment. And he's thrilled. He's like, awesome! This guy's in prison! I don't have to worry about him anymore! So why are you building a parkour course?
I just got bored and was like, dude, what if I just made a parkour course mid-lecture?
Fair enough.
If y'all guys want to try this out, go ahead. It's pretty sick.
Okay. So, Jack, now that Tommy is in prison, he decides, I'm gonna take over the hotel. This is my hotel now. And he names it the Big Manifold Hotel. Now Sam Nook is not happy with this. And Sam Nook threatens Jack, and he says, the hotel is still Tommy's. And he's going to be keeping an eye on Jack while Tommy is away. He's like, Tommy's gonna come back. So therefore, I'm just keeping an eye on you. This is not your hotel. So that's what's going on there. And, Aerith. So Aerith is the king of the Dream SMP, and she decides to start taxing the citizens. Because she claims that the taxes are long overdue, and the citizens need to provide. So Aerith introduces taxes to the Dream SMP.
Okay.
Yay!
You said you wanted an economy. Here we go.
Exactly. You wanted this. You wanted an economy. Here it is. So, anyway, there's the Skeppy head. So, Bad and Skeppy are officially hired as prison guards by Sam. Sam hires them as official prison guards in the wake of the security incident because Sam claims that he needs more hands at the prison to keep it safe. And if you'll remember, he trusts both Bad and Skeppy due to the fact that they were all in the Badlands together. So he trusts them to be prison guards. Alright. So Ranboo has a weird stream. Ranboo has a stream, and he starts walking around, and he just starts crafting, like, weird random items. No one really knows why. He's just crafting weird stuff. And he's placing them into his inventory in very specific places. And if you look at his inventory and you read the first letter of each object that he built, it leaves a message that reads, he is in control. Which is freaky as hell. But then it gets even worse, because he then adds a chunk of obsidian to his inventory, and seemingly at random, he switches, he goes farming, and then he goes exploring. No, he goes farming, and then he goes mining, and then he goes exploring. And he switches between the two for very little reason. Like, he just immediately switches. And the rest of the coded message with that, so obsidian, farming, mining, exploring, so the full message reads, he is in control of me. Which is so... God! Alright. So, after this, we have Phil! Phil's back, And Phil starts to renovate Ghostbur and Tommy's old cabin into his own home. So he does this. It's really nice. Yeah, that parkour is pretty sick, man.
Thanks.
Nice job. So Phil is renovating Ghostbur and Tommy's cabin into his own house. And he makes it... he makes it look much nicer. So Puffy finds out about Jack's attempts to take over the hotel. And this pisses her off. She's angry at it because they all know that Tommy's been in prison, but they want to believe that Tommy's coming back. So they're like, you shouldn't be taking over Tommy's stuff. So she takes down the big manifold sign and she replaces it with a nice handmade Big In It hotel sign, along with a smaller sign that simply states that Tommy is on vacation. Alright, we're about to get into some big stuff that, well, not big stuff, it's just long. Here we go. Not Tubbo. I keep breaking things. Okay. So, Tubbo asks for permission to go to the top of the prison. He goes to the top of the prison, and when he's given the consent to go to the top of the prison, he breaks a block up there. And this pisses Sam off. Sam doesn't want anybody breaking into the prison. So, this angers Sam, and he says, okay, Ant. Oh, also, Ant is a prison guard. Ant is also a prison guard. So he says, okay, Ant, go defend the prison. You gotta go defend the prison. So, Tubbo builds a giant dick on top of the prison to distract him.
Because of course he does.
Yep. Yeah, they do. And then Tubbo and Foolish shows up. They team up to stop Sam and Ant from breaking the dick. They're like, don't do it. We don't want you to do this. But they eventually lose. And Sam tells Tubbo to never place another block on top of the prison again. Now, Sam and Ant are looking to teach Tubbo a lesson. And they travel to Snowchester with the intent to kill Tubbo's horse. But instead, they find Michael. And they decide that they're going to use him as bait instead. So Sam and Ant kidnap Michael, and they hide him away in the corner, and they contact Tubbo. Hang on, I'm going to switch this back. That's not Tubbo. So they contact Tubbo, and they say, hey Tubbo, so accidents happen, and, Michael's dead. Now remember, Michael is not dead, Michael has been kidnapped. Michael's away in a corner, he's perfectly fine. But they say, okay, Tubbo's dead. Now, the problem that they did not anticipate was that Ranboo's here too.
Oh shit.
And so now Tubbo and Ranboo are pissed because they killed Michael. They think that Sam and Ant killed Michael. So Tubbo returns to the scene first. And Sam plays up the act by handing him some golden nuggets and rotten flesh. So he's like, this is what he dropped. Sorry about it, man. And Tubbo then tries to get Sam to sit. Remember how he converted the tower into an electric chair? That was a very small detail I mentioned. He converted the tower into an electric chair, so Tubbo tries to get Sam to sit in the chair to execute him. Which Sam refuses to do, because he's like, let's wait until Ranboo gets here. And Ranboo's like, oh yeah, you better wait until I get there. He's pissed. He's really mad. Like, actually, he sounds legitimately angry during this stream. It's kind of scary, actually. So, Tubbo is insistent that Sam gets in the electric chair. And Sam says, you know what? I got something better for you to put in that chair. And he leaves to go get Michael. And he brings Michael back by boat. However...
Wait, why do we want to electrocute Chair Michael again?
We don't. Tubbo wants to electrocute Sam. And Sam says, well, here, I'll go get you something better. And he goes to get Michael.
Okay.
Now, so he's bringing him back by boat. And on the way back, Michael falls out of the boat and begins to sink to the bottom of the lake. And now they're all panicking, because Sam didn't actually want to kill this thing. So they're all panicking, and Foolish is there too. So Foolish, Sam, and Tubbo are all frantically trying to get Michael out of the lake, and they manage to do it, and they safely return him to land. And Ranboo basically tells Sam, at one point, so Ant gets in the boat with Michael, and Ant has thorns on his armor. And Sam says, wouldn't it be funny if Michael aggroed on Ant and then the thorns killed him? And Ranboo looks over at him and he goes, wouldn't it be so funny if I aggroed on you right now and I killed you? So, you don't mess around with Michael. That's what this whole situation is here to teach you. You don't mess around with Michael. So, shortly after this...
For how many days did that happen?
1.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a whole thing. It was 1 stream. I actually wrote a fanfiction about that stream. So...
Oh my god.
Leave me alone. I know what
Where
I'm about.
are you, Jackson?
Or was I?
About the premise,
Where
or was
are
that
you
too
right now?
tangential?
Oh, nowhere.
The premise is just that whole
definitely
situation from
still
Michael's
in the
perspective.
house.
Getting
Got it.
kidnapped by strangers. So, anyway.
Yes.
Ranboo and Tubbo get married.
Oh my.
Ranboo and
I don't know if
Tubbo...
that's a good move for Ranboo right now.
Yay. Let's go.
No, well, Ranboo and Tubbo, they're deciding to get platonically married for tax benefits. Because, as I said, Aerith started implementing taxes. Now, the funniest part about this to me is that Aerith's taxes are for the Dream SMP, right? But Snowchester just declared itself independent. So they got married to get tax benefits on taxes that they won't get because they're not members of the Dream SMP, they're members of the independent nation of Snowchester.
No, you see, that was the thing, because it was for tax benefits. Wink, wink.
Yeah,
nudge,
exactly.
nudge. Say no more.
Exactly. So, Ranboo and Tubbo are now platonically married for tax benefits. And they decide to adopt Michael, so Michael is now officially their son. Michael's not a pet, Michael's their son.
Let's go.
Michael's adopted. Michael is the adopted son. We care very much for Michael. Anybody who hurts Michael will get an axe to the head. That's just what's going on. So, Tubbo and Ranboo also decide to create a rival hotel to Tommy's, which is sitting and they decide to build it just across the way from his, and they name it the Bee and Boo Hotel, because Tubbo's really into bees, and Ranboo. So Bee and Boo. It's a cute name. I like it a lot. Now, Jack does not want to deal with the competition. He's like, I don't want competition for my hotel. So when he discovers the Bee and Boo Hotel, and he's like, I don't want this. So he attempts to claim ownership over the Bee and Boo Hotel, as he claims that it is built on his land. And this causes a slight dispute between the two, because Tubbo and Ranboo claim that the prices of the Big Manifold Hotel are too expensive because they don't have enough amenities, and they privately discuss potentially buying the hotel off of him to turn into a casino. However, Ranboo decides that the competition will be better for their hotel.
Why is that?
Because it's capitalism. I don't know.
Oh.
It's capitalism. So that's solved. No one buys each other. Also, Foolish is over in the desert, and he's working on his summer home. And out of nowhere, Ant logs in. Now, Ant logs in, and Ant tells him cryptic messages warning him of the danger of the egg.
Dun dun dun.
So now Foolish is...
Yeah, we haven't dealt with the egg a lot recently.
No, we haven't, but we're about to. But anyway, let's go back to the prison. So Tommy and Dream are still stuck in the prison. And it's revealed that Tommy has been consistently annoying Dream over the entire time they've been together in the cell. At this point, they've been in the prison together for about 7 days. They've been in the prison
How many
together.
of those 7 days have they streamed?
None.
Okay.
Well, actually, I don't know. I can't remember how long they've been in the prison together, but it's been a while. Alright, and Sam returns. And Tommy begs him to be let out. He says, this is worse than exile. You've got to get me out of here. And Sam says, I can't. I don't know who set off the TNT. I can't let you out until I know who set off the TNT. And he leaves. So now Dream says, well, why don't we break out together? Let's break out of this prison together. And Tommy says, no, I don't want you out of the prison.
Good job, Tommy.
We're not breaking out.
Good job.
We're not breaking out of here together. I want you in here. I'm gonna get out eventually. You are gonna be stuck here forever. However, Dream says, no. I'm gonna get out of the prison. And I'm gonna get revenge on everybody who's wronged me. Because Technoblade owes me a favor. So Technoblade's gonna help me. Alright? And Dream says, I have something that Techno wants on top of that. I have the power to revive people.
Ooh.
And Dream's like, the book is real. However, Tommy's like, I don't think the book's real. I think you're out of your mind. I think you're just making up choices to try. You're making up random bullshit to try and give us reason to not just kill you. That's why I think
Dream lying about things really be out of character.
Yeah, honestly. So Tommy's like, I don't think the book is real. And Dream's like, no, it's real. And Dream says, you can't kill me because the book is real. So if you can't kill me, does that make me a god? I'm a god, Tommy.
Can we kill Dream?
He has a really bad god complex.
Fuck
And,
Dream
um,
2020.
Light Yagami man out here.
Yeah. And,
Right.
And Tommy says, no, the revived book isn't real. Schlatt is dead. Wilbur, dead. Everyone's dead, and and that's not going to change anything. And Dream replies, well, if you think Schlatt's dead, why don't you go see
Oh
him?
no.
And he
Punches
punches
Schlatt he brings back.
he punches Tommy to death.
Oh.
And that is his final canon life.
Yo, no!
Tommy is dead.
Tommy.
Tommy is legitimately, permanently dead. Dream killed him.
Yeah.
Horrifying.
And this also means that Tommy is the only person on the... I believe Tommy is the only person on the SMP who has had all of his canon lives taken by one person.
That's
Because
crazy.
he was killed... Why did you...
I wanted to get the Dream head so I could torture it.
Good reason. But because Tommy was killed by Dream in the final control room, Tommy was
Wait, what do you
killed-
want to do to Dream's head?
Ew.
Okay, alright.
a good point.
That's inappropriate for classroom.
That's sinister.
So, because Dream killed Tommy in the final control room, Dream killed Tommy on their duel for L'Manberg's independence, and now Dream has killed Tommy in the prison. Tommy has lost all of his canon lives. And now we enter the
We're going
morning
to take
era.
like a 2-minute break.
Yeah, okay.
Now
Now we
accidentally
enter the
pushed you into the void.
Yeah, Jackson did it.
No, what? Okay, well, I accidentally pushed Roland into the void, but he got out. You didn't, because
Because I was not AFK. So I could
Yeah.
just fly.
Yeah,
I see. So,
Super
who
cool.
pushed me into the void originally?
Roland.
Jackson.
It literally wasn't. me. was
Jackson,
in
I
the
trust
desert.
you. Who did it? Tell me the truth.
I was in the desert, bro.
Alright.
Could
Let's-
someone with this amount of door skill do something like that? No way! No way!
Wait, Tyler, you have
What have you
admin
done?
access. / kill him.
I did something worse.
What'd you do?
What did you do?
I'm in adventure mode now.
Don't kill him. Don't kill him.
It might be too late for him.
He died surrounded by what he loved.
I bitch slapped
I'm
him with
sitting
my
Do we want to
here.
continue the lecture in here?
Never right act.
He died surrounded by H-bomb hits. No, it's too small. Okay, so let's continue with the morning era. We're gonna go real quick through this because it's a lot. So basically, the morning era consists of everyone discovering about Tommy's death and being sad about it. So first, Tubbo, Ranboo, and Jack go to the entrance of the prison, where Sam informs them of Tommy's death. Now, in a surprising move, Jack expresses a lot of sorrow and guilt, and he ponders Tommy's death, as he states that he should feel happy over it, as it's been his one goal. However...
Hold on.
Yes?
I figured out what the beeping is. You
What
go
is it?
ahead.
What is it?
Just-
No, I'm sorry.
Sorry, go on.
No, what's the beeping?
Tracker thing. Keep going.
Okay, so Jack Manifold is like, I don't know why I'm not happy, I should be happy, all I've been working for is Tommy's death, and now he's dead. So he burns
Cool
his
art.
house to the ground, and he goes back to the hotel to watch his house burn while he mourns for Tommy. And he recognizes that in the end, Tommy was one of his few friends on the server. Like, he trusted him to bring him to be a hotel employee despite his past actions and all this.
There we go.
So Jack also informs Quackity of Tommy's death, and he informs Quackity of Tommy's death, who is shocked by the news. And he seems to kind of push it down. He wants to bury it. He doesn't want to think about it. Now, Ant is a guard in the prison, so he knows everything that's going on, right? So he reveals, oh, good job, Battery. So he reveals that Tommy is dead to Bad. Okay? Now, Bad is delighted by the news, as we have talked about in the past. Tommy was an enemy of the Eggpire. So they decide to throw a celebration in Tommy's house. So they throw a party in Tommy's house, and also Puns joins them. Where's Puns? We haven't heard from Puns in a while. Puns joins them. Puns joins them to throw a party in Tommy's house, celebrating his death. As they believe that he can now, that the Eggpire can now move on, and they can move on with their plans now that Tommy's not in the way. Now Puffy finds them, and she's angry because she's really upset about Tommy's death, and she yells at them for celebrating the death of a child and for disrespecting Tommy's home by celebrating his death inside. And she kicks them out of the house, and she takes down the decorations they made in the house, restoring Tommy's house to normal. So Puns, Ant, and Bad instead go and rent a room in Tommy's hotel to continue the party. And when Puffy finds them, she questions their sanity. Now Bad explains that they are celebrating the egg's freedom, not Tommy's death, but Puffy is still horrified by their actions and leaves in a rage. Now several people go on to build some memorials and shrines to Tommy's death. Puffy builds one. Puffy builds several, actually. Puffy builds several memorials for Tommy. Foolish builds a memorial, and I believe... So, yes. Puffy builds a memorial, Foolish builds a memorial, and Ranboo, he goes to Tommy's house, and he leaves an allium at his doorstep, as an allium is the first item he ever gave Tommy as a gift. It's very, very sad, actually. So,
nice.
Ranboo then also confronts Sam, and he says he should have let Tommy out of the cell regardless of security procedures, as he knows how dangerous Dream is, and Sam tries to defend himself, as he was afraid of letting Dream escape, and admits that no evidence was left behind surrounding the explosion, which leaves him still unsure of how it happened. Now Sam also asks for Ranboo's memory book, and Ranboo hands it over, and when Sam hands it back, he has added a new page that states that Tommy's death was Sam's fault, and not Ranboo's. Because Sam is worried that Ranboo will blame himself. Why are you wearing the dream head?
Because it's just so swag.
Why? I don't know, man.
Okay.
How many times have you asked me why I'm doing something?
That is fair. Okay. So, Puffy then also informs Eret of Tommy's death. So now Eret knows about Tommy's death. And where's my Eret head? There's my Eret head. So Eret and Puffy build several more memorials by his base. And Tubbo builds a memorial grave outside of Snowchester. And he includes a jukebox to play, Melahai and Cat, as well as a prime log. Hey, Roland, it's your time! Get H-Bomb up on this board!
I can't. I'm in adventure mode.
Oh, right, you can't.
Roland, give H-Bomb to me, I'll do it.
No, I'm not giving anyone my H-Bomb.
Too bad. Alright, so H-Bomb then goes and he shows Tubbo the completed mansion that Foolish built for him. Okay? So that's happening. So Foolish returns to the summer home, and he finds blood vines growing on his two-headed snake statue, and he makes plans to tear them down. Now, Tommy is in the afterlife.
Okay.
And this is represented by a completely black screen. And while he's in the afterlife, he speaks with Wilbur, the real Wilbur. And Wilbur claims that the server is better off without him, as he knows what he's like. And Tommy leaves him. He's annoyed. He's been dealing with him for far too long, he says, and he doesn't... So he just leaves. But to his surprise, Tommy wakes up. He wakes up, he's back in the prison, and Dream is standing over him.
Ooh.
Now,
Damn.
Dream is thrilled, and he immediately asks Tommy what the afterlife is like. And Tommy asks Dream to pinch him to confirm things are real. And Dream pinches him, which is to say punches him, and Tommy panics over losing health. And he demands that Dream never do that again. And Dream reveals that he's done it. He's revived Tommy. He has the power to revive the dead.
Oh, damn.
And he says he was unsure if he could actually do it. So by resurrecting Tommy as a sort of test, he's confirmed that he has these revive powers.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Now yeah, it's really bad. And he literally says he only resurrected Tommy to test if it worked. And they discuss the afterlife some more, and they realize that time passes differently there. Every day in the overworld equals 1 month in the afterlife. Which means
shit.
Tommy, who has been dead for 2 days, in the afterlife, has been dead for 2 months.
That means we're gonna have a long infinity when we die.
Yeah.
Right.
It really sucks. It really, really sucks. Also, he was revived on my birthday.
No, it hasn't.
Tommy was revived on my frickin' birthday, so there's my win. So, Tommy begs Dream not to revive Wilbur. He doesn't want Wilbur to be revived. Wilbur told him himself not to revive him, and he's very worried about what Wilbur being revived could mean for the server. And Dream says, and Dream refuses. And he says, "It's my power. I can use it however I want." And Tommy tries to convince him to burn the book. He says, "You need to burn that revive book, it's too powerful." But Dream states he doesn't have the book anymore. He has the knowledge contained inside, and therefore can turn any book into a revive book if he so wishes.
Oh my god.
Now, Dream states that he'll let Tommy leave with Sam when Sam next arrives. However, he promises that one day he's going to revive Wilbur, and Wilbur is going to help him to escape. Anyway, that's Dream. So,
Alright.
Carl hosts another episode of Tales from the SMP. Boop. This one is called The Haunted Mansion. And after the episode, in the in-between, Carl is told by a mysterious new sign to find his way under the fountain in the castle. He does so, and a series of new books and new signs tell him not to trust the in-between, or the voice that leads him around and tells him that it's a good place, as the in-between is not what it seems.
Oh, that's spooky as hell.
Yep. So, Ponk. We got Ponk again. Ponk speaks with Foolish, and he tells Foolish to join the Eggpire, and Foolish refuses. And when Foolish refuses, Ponk tells him that something's coming in 5 days if he does not join the Eggpire. And then he leaves.
Dun, dun.
Now, Foolish builds a soulfire altar in front of his snake statue to use to burn pieces of the blood vines. Alright. Now, Tyler,
Okay.
I've got something for you. We're talking about the Syndicate now.
Oh, hell yeah.
So Techno draws up a contract for the Syndicate, and he shows it to Phil. Now, this contract basically states that these are what the Syndicate's rules are, what their values are, what they believe in, and they also state that any member of the Syndicate is not forced to participate in anything. If they do not want to participate,
even more.
yeah, if a member of the Syndicate does not want to participate in one of the Syndicate's missions, they can bow out and still be in the Syndicate, no questions asked. They don't even have to go to the meetings if they don't want to. If you're in the Syndicate, you're in the Syndicate, no questions asked. You do not have to comply with anything else the Syndicate's doing. So,
Dude, I just figured out how to duplicate stuff on the fly. I don't...
oh, god damn it. So, Nikki...
Nope, never mind. Doesn't work.
So, Nikki's here, and she's been frustrated because her plans to kill Tommy have failed. And she decides to leave Jack, and she's going to join the Syndicate. And she goes to Techno's cabin to do so, because if you remember, Techno's already offered her a spot in the Syndicate. So, she goes to join. And when Nikki arrives at the cabin, she's given a copy of the Syndicate contract, and they start discussing the goals of the Syndicate with Techno and Phil. Now, unbeknownst to the rest of them, Ranboo's chillin', because he lives here. Ranboo, and he's curious, because Nikki doesn't come here often. Nikki isn't supposed to know where this is. So he listens in from the sidelines to listen to the conversation. And he hears everything.
Okay.
And Techno catches Ranboo listening. And because he's already heard everything, Techno's still a bit hesitant, but cat's out of the bag. So he offers Ranboo a place in the Syndicate. Now, Ranboo is unsure at first, but he later writes in his memory book that by joining the Syndicate, he may be able to protect Tubbo and Snowchester from them. because he's very worried about how they will perceive Snowchester. Because Tubbo doesn't like governments.
Go back. Why would the syndicate not like Snowchester?
Because it appears to be a government.
Oh,
and Tubbo does
gotcha.
not like and Techno does not like governments. So he agrees to join, as he states that he agrees with their ideals, and he's very grateful that the contract states that any member can back out of any syndicate operation if they wish. So he doesn't have to do anything if he doesn't want to. So the four travel to the new syndicate meeting room, and they reveal that each member of the syndicate has a code name based on Greek mythology.
Oh, that's so cool.
So Techno is known as, I don't know how to pronounce this, Protesilaus? Protesilaus? Protesilaus.
Probably what you just said.
Protesilaus? Maybe, for Techno. Zephyrus? Phil is Zephyrus. And Techno reveals a secret fifth member called Harpocrates, who has yet to be revealed. No one knows who Harpocrates is. We still don't know who Harpocrates is. And Ranboo and Nikki are later given the code names. Ranboo is Lethe, as in the river Lethe, because of forgetfulness. I love that. And Nikki is Nemesis. So, the group decide to visit Snowchester, and Ranboo attempts to stall them by discussing Tommy's death. And later on, as they're heading out to Snowchester, Phil holds back with Ranboo. And Phil tells Ranboo that he knows about the involvement with Snowchester, and he promises to try and protect Ranboo by keeping the other two away from anything that might incriminate Snowchester as a government. So they go to Snowchester, and they're all greeted by Tubbo. And Tubbo explains that Snowchester is not a government. It is an isolated militarist colony. And he lists members of Snowchester, and he purposefully leaves Ranboo off the list of Snowchester members. And he also confides in the group about the nukes. Tubbo tells the syndicate about the nukes, and he says they are all deactivated, and they will only be used in self-defense. Now this satisfies Phil and Techno, who decide that Tubbo has not become a tyrant yet again, because they saw him as a tyrant over L'Manberg. And
I forgot about that.
And they leave Snowchester, yes. Now Tubbo, who is inspired by H-Bomb's mansion, do you want him up on the board? Do you need him up on the board? Is that what we're doing? There you go. Okay, so he's inspired by H-Bomb's mansion, and he contracts Foolish to make a mansion for himself, Ranboo, and Michael. And they plan for the mansion to be 2 chunks large.
Oh, fuck.
It is one of the biggest builds on the server. Also, Foolish visits Michael for the first time and introduces him to Foolish Jr., so canonically Michael and Foolish Jr. are friends. That's a big thing in the fandom. It's very cute. Anyway, let's talk for a little bit about Miss Puffy. So Puffy's exploring one day, and she discovers an abandoned shipwreck on a coast not far from the main server. Why do you keep pushing him down that hole?
He keeps letting me. I don't know.
Okay. So, Puffy finds this old abandoned shipwreck on a coast not too far from the main server. Not too far. Very far from the main server. And inside, she discovers several old journals, and through reading them, she discovers that the ship and all of its contents belong to her. And they imply that she was on a journey, and that she also has a mother somewhere out there that she wished to return to. Now, Puffy reveals that she does not have any memory of her life before November 16th. Now remember, November 16th is the day she joined the server. So she has no memory of her life before the server, canonically. And she's spooked by the contents of the ship, and she retreats to it, vowing to return to it another day. Now Puffy visits Snowchester, and she decides to bring Michael a friend as a prank. Now she initially enters Michael's room to say hello, but Tubbo and Ranboo literally appear out of nowhere when she enters. In full netherite, they both pull axes and they just tell her to leave.
Oh, jeez.
It's terrifying. They, pop in out of nowhere. They weren't even on the server. They log in and they're just there. In full netherite with axes, and they tell her to leave. So, she gets some help from Sam. And they find a second zombified baby piglin in the nether, and they name this second zombified baby piglin Michelle, and they transfer her to Snowchester. And Bad joins them. And Sam tells Bad that they're planning on killing a fake Michael in front of Ranboo and Tubbo, which Puffy denies. Because Puffy's like, no, that's not what we're doing. We're getting Michael a friend. Now, Ranboo and Tubbo catch them in Snowchester. Again. And they're all worried that they're planning on hurting Michael. And, it escalates. And Sam threatens to kill Michael. For real. But then, later on, he apologizes because he feels bad about the escalation. And he didn't mean for it to get... Because Puffy and Bad get very upset at the idea that they're going to kill Michael. And Ranboo forgives him, but he doesn't let them put Michelle in the house with Michael. And he states he's already super stressed over somebody kidnapping Michael to use against them, and he doesn't want a second kid to have to worry about on top of it. So he says, I'm already worried about them using my first kid as a bargaining chip. I don't want a second one.
What a horrible life to live.
Yeah, honestly. Poor Michael. Poor Michael. I love Michael so much. So Puffy instead takes Michelle to live in her Snowchester house. Now, I don't know if you remember this girl, but she's coming back now. Hannah! Hannah's here.
I remember her.
Don't remember her.
Okay.
I remember her.
Good job. Hannah's
Been a
here.
while.
Now, Hannah is returning from a long journey to Kanoko Kingdom, and she states that she feels ill. And she places a few roses on the ground and begins to get better, which reveals that roses are directly tied to her well-being. She needs roses for survival. So, if she's around roses, she feels better. The longer she's away from roses, she gets sick. Okay? And Sam helps her to clear the vines that have grown around her house. And she's worried about them because they're killing the roses in her area. And therefore, they're making her sick. So, Bad and Ant show up and discover these two destroying the vines. And Hannah admits that the vines make her feel sick as they kill her roses. And Bad attempts to convince her that that's not the vines. The vines aren't affecting her. So Bad and Ant offer to take her down to the Eggpire room to prove that the vines aren't bad. Now Sam refuses to go because he's very traumatized from his whole ordeal with the capture. He doesn't want to go back down there. But Hannah agrees, and she promises Sam that she'll be careful. And inside the egg room, Hannah feels worse. And Bad and Ant force her to give up her items. And they tell her to listen to the egg and not Sam. And they trap her in the room, leaving her behind, and she passes out.
Do we know if it's a good or bad reaction?
It's a bad reaction. It's a very, very bad reaction.
Okay.
So far. Alright. So... Sam! Where's my Foolish head? There he is. Okay. So Foolish tells Sam that Ponk threatened to blow up his house. Because he didn't join the Eggpire. So they travel to Foolish's summer home, and they find and disable TNT hidden in Foolish's snake statue. However, Ant, Ponk, and Bad all show up. They all show up at Foolish's summer home, and Foolish challenges them, and he says, "Your plan's backfired. I found the TNT. You're stupid." However, they didn't just rig the snake statue. So they set off TNT that was hidden in another statue in Foolish's place, completely destroying it. Also, Ranboo and Tubbo are there. They sneak off to the summer home to check it out, and they just hide in a corner and watch all this. So Foolish is angered by the Eggpire's actions. And he says that, now he's a totem of life, and he wanted to remain peaceful. But he used to be a totem of death. And he is now...
Undying. Opposite of death.
Yeah, exactly. And he is now a god of the ocean. And
God of the ocean.
Man just turned into Maui. Not Maui. Moana? Is it not Moana?
Yeah.
Whatever the thing was from Moana.
So, Foolish summons a bolt of lightning. And it comes crashing down, and it scares off the Eggpire, and Ranboo, Tubbo, and Sam are all like, what the fuck? Because nobody knew Foolish was a god before this point. Foolish is canonically a god. He is an ocean god. He's really cool. So anyway, Sam travels back to Hannah's house, and he finds that the vines have completely taken over her entire home. And it
Damn.
used to be pink. And it's now gray.
Ew.
And he realizes that she must be trapped in the egg cavern. So Sam takes holy water from Church Prime, and he heads down into the eggs cavern, and he finds Hannah with all of the red completely drained from her Minecraft skin.
No.
Okay, she's complete. She's really bad. So
She's the one who needs roses, right?
Yes. She's the
Okay,
one who
I
needs the
mentioned-
roses. So he makes her drink some holy water, and he frees her. And Hannah claims that she still feels ill, and Sam drags her out of the room as the egg begins speaking to her, and Hannah claims that she wants to listen. So, SpaghettiOs. After this, so Sam has taken her back to her house, right? So, Bad, Ant, and Puns show up, and Sam tells Hannah to hide in the basement. So Hannah's hiding in the basement. And these three ask Sam if he's seen Hannah, and he says, no, I haven't seen Hannah. And the three leave, and Hannah rejoins Sam, and Sam says, you shouldn't listen to the egg. And that's where that ends. Now, Tommy.
Why?
He's still stuck in the prison with Dream. Okay? They're losing
Jeez.
track of time.
How long has this been in the real world?
About a week. So they're still stuck in the prison. And they're losing
It's
track
been
of
a
time.
week in the real world?
Yes. They're losing
Wow.
they're losing track of time, and it's revealed that Tommy has destroyed Dream's clock, and Sam has not come back to give him a new one. And Tommy thinks, oh god, I'm hallucinating again. I'm seeing Sam across the way. But then he realizes it's not a hallucination. Sam is actually there. And he shouts for Sam to let him out, and Sam is flabbergasted to find him alive. Because, you know, he was dead. Do you like the word flabbergasted?
Flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted. I like that word. It's a good word. So Sam lets him out. And Tommy blames Sam for his death several times, but Sam allows him to, as he gives him food and he checks on him as they leave the prison. And Tommy begs Sam to ban visitors from the prison permanently, and he warns him about Dream's plans for escape. However, Sam denies banning visitors, and he attempts to reassure Tommy that it's impossible to break out of the prison. Also, Tommy threatens to sue Sam as he leaves the prison, and Sam just says, I'm glad you're okay, Tommy. And he lets him go. So, Tommy is now freed. Tommy is out of the prison. He's freed. He's out. He's good. He's not good.
Good job, Tommy.
He's not good at all, actually. He's extremely traumatized. So he exits the prison and he tries to use a trident to travel, but he goes into a panic as he hits the ground and takes fall damage. And he says he never wants to take damage ever again, because it reminds him of his death. Now, Tommy...
Wow, okay.
Yeah, it's really... So Tommy comes across Tubbo, building the B&Boo Hotel. And Tubbo does a double take at the sight of him, and he denies that he's even real. Tubbo thinks he's hallucinating or something. So Tommy hits Tubbo to prove that he's real, and Tubbo claims that he thought he died, which once again sets Tommy off, and he tells Tubbo that they didn't defeat Dream. And while Tubbo attempts to reassure him that the prison can hold Dream, Tommy insists that they have to go kill Dream. And they have to go kill Techno, too, to keep them from reviving Wilbur. And Tubbo tells Tommy...
Have we dealt with the fact that Schlatt has been resurrected?
Schlatt has not been resurrected.
Oh, I thought... Never mind.
No, Schlatt has not been resurrected. The only thing he said about Schlatt was Dream said, why don't you go visit him? Before he killed him.
Yeah, I thought that was implying that...
No. It's implying that he's sending... Would you stop? It's implying that he's sending Dream to hell, where Schlatt is. So anyway, Tubbo tells Tommy about how Jack has taken over his hotel, and he also explains that he's now married. He's like, by the way, I got married while you were dead. And both of these upset Tommy, and he leaves to go see Sam Nook. Now, Sam Nook is overjoyed to see Tommy, because no one told Sam Nook that Tommy was dead. Okay? And he says that he and Jack have missed him. Now, Tommy goes inside, and he finds... come on, where's the head? There it is. And he finds Jack behind the reception desk. And Jack is shocked to see him. And he begins yelling at Tommy, and he claims credit for the hotel's success, and he claims that Tommy's done nothing. And he reiterates that, you know, he did so much to try and kill Tommy, and Tommy never cared. Tommy didn't even care that he was, like, trying to kill him, and Tommy, even now that he died and came back, he doesn't care. So Jack is angry. And Tommy yells at him to not say that he died. Tommy wants to deny that he even ever died. And it's like this whole thing. So, Tommy attempts to tell Jack that he's a changed person now. Death kind of changed him a little bit. Trauma does that. And Jack just pulls an axe, and he's like, I'm gonna kill you again. And Tommy runs away.
Come on, Jack. Remember last time when Tommy died and you were all, like, melancholic about it?
Yeah, it's this
Did we
whole
learn
thing.
anything?
And so Tommy leaves the hotel. And he encounters Ranboo. And Ranboo gets confused. Because Ranboo's like, Sam told me, are you just drinking honey?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Ranboo asks him if Sam lied when he said that he died. And Tommy admits that Sam did not lie. And that yes, he died. And Tommy asks if Tubbo had become Ranboo's best friend. Which Ranboo is like, yeah, I mean, I guess. I'm not his best friend, we're married, but Tommy walks away. And Tommy finds Puffy's therapy office, and he leaves a note that just reads, "Help me." Which is kind of scary.
Yeah.
Anyway, he comes across... Would you stop just chugging honey?
I like
handle the sight of people eating in your classroom, teacher.
No, it's just loud.
Is it?
Yes, it makes a specific noise.
I mean, I can barely hear it. Maybe your sound is too high.
Maybe. Okay, so anyway, Tommy comes across
It's
Quackity.
your fault.
Tommy comes across Quackity. And Quackity...
No, actually, it's your... See, I am Dream! Hold on, let me put on the Dream hat again.
Oh my god. So anyway...
It's your fault.
Anyway, Tommy comes across Quackity, who initially doesn't realize it's Tommy, and he berates it for cosplaying the dead. But he quickly changes tune once he hears Tommy's voice. He's overjoyed to find Tommy alive again, and he tells him all about his plans to become rich using the Las Vegas Strip. So, anyway...
Like the kind of shenanigans you'd like to be involved in.
So, Jack is angry now that Tommy is alive. And because he's angry that it seems like Tommy didn't care about him or his efforts. And he decides once again, I'm going to kill him! So he goes to Nikki in her underground city, and explains to her what happened. And he's shocked, because Nikki says, I don't want to kill Tommy anymore. And Nikki reveals that she has been working on recovering from her trauma by building her city, her underground city, as a place to help people, and has even started baking again. Which is a nod back to the bakery that she burned down and destroyed in L'Manberg in her worst mental state. So, anyway, Jack decides that his new plan is to try and become a guard for the prison so that he can get in there when Dream tries to kill Tommy. And then the next time Tommy visits Dream, he can kill Tommy. That's his whole plan. Anyway, Dream returns... that's not Dream. Ranboo returns to Dream's vault. Remember Dream's vault? Where they killed Dream and they found out he had all this stuff because he was planning on taking everybody's crap? Yeah, he returns to Dream's vault, and he fails to remember visiting the vault during the disc confrontation, even though he was there. And he continues to explore the room, and he begins to remember specific lines said and events that were occurred, and he concludes that the whole time during the vault, he was in his Enderwalk state the entire time. And he panics, and he flees, and he believes that his Enderwalk state is getting worse. So, now Puffy finds the note that Tommy left for her. And she's not sure if it really is Tommy, because she thought he was dead. And nevertheless, she goes to Tommy's house, and she leaves a note that she's here for him and hopes to talk soon. So, Tommy goes to Snowchester and meets up with Tubbo and Ranboo. Now, Tommy explains that he has a new plan. He has a plan to build a watchtower outside of the prison to stake it out until Techno uses his favor. And then he can get in and he can kill Dream. That's his whole plan.
Okay.
And Ranboo agrees with this plan, even though Tubbo is still a little uncertain. He doesn't really want to mess around with the prison. He's worried that it's going to go wrong somehow and all of this kind of stuff.
It's been doing pretty well so far.
Yeah. So, Ranboo agrees with the plan, Tubbo's still uncertain, but they all agree to do it anyway. So, the three bump in. While they're working on the tower, they bump into Ghostbur. It's been a while since we've seen Ghostbur. And they're working on the tower, and Tommy explains the story to Ghostbur. And Ghostbur states that he remembers nothing from the afterlife. And he asks if they should revive Wilbur, because he says, I thought he brought order to the server. However, Tommy denies this, and he says that Wilbur ended as a villain. Okay, so they're working on this whole tower. Quackity presents the first episode of the Las Nevadas series, which is also the name of the Las Vegas Strip-inspired build he's been working on. So his country is called Las Nevadas. Alright, over the course of the episode, Quackity visits Bad. He visits Bad on... Now, this is a really cool thing. He makes a really cinematic, like, movie out of this. Like, it's not just improv lore, it's a bunch of cinematic shots and, like, pre-filmed things that are all presented in one stream. It's very well made. It's very well done. It was
clearly rehearsed.
It's clearly rehearsed, but it's very, very good.
Nice.
Alright, so, over the course of the episode, Quackity visits Bad on top of Huns's tower, who reiterates that Quackity needs to stay out of the Eggpire's way, as Quackity has no idea what kind of power the egg possesses. However, Quackity refuses. Now, in a time skip, Quackity finds a book with a series of coordinates, and he travels to those coordinates, and who does he find but the ghost of Schlatt in a homemade gymnasium. Now, everybody calls the ghost of Schlatt Glatt in the same way that Ghostbur is the ghost of Wilbur. So Glatt, he reveals that he can't leave the gymnasium. And he asks Quackity for help by getting the revival book from Dream. He wants to be revived.
They worked together before, didn't they?
Yes. They were married once.
Okay.
So anyway, Glatt says, I want you to get the revive book from Dream, so you can revive me, and I can get the hell out of here. And Quackity and Glatt decide to make a bet. If Las Nevadas fails, Quackity has to revive Schlatt. But if it doesn't, Glatt can never come back to life and must work under Quackity for the rest of time. Okay, so while this is happening, I know what you're laughing at. Ha ha ha. Under, ha ha ha. Anyways, you're not unique. People have made the jokes before. So anyway, Quackity teams up with Sam, and he tries to convince Sam that the prison is not safe so long as Dream has the revive book. And Quackity convinces Sam to let him visit Dream with a couple of weapons. And he says, I'm gonna get that book out of Dream. And Quackity goes to the prison, and he goes with Sam. He goes to Dream. And Quackity gives Dream a choice. He says, you can either hand over the knowledge of this book, or I'm gonna come back to this prison every single day. And I am going to torture you until you hand it over.
Tell him.
And Dream refuses to give up the information. And Quackity pulls his weapons. And the screen cuts to black. And afterward...
Well, we don't get to see how they torture him.
We do not get to see how Quackity tortures Dream. However, we do get to see Quackity afterwards. And he is covered in blood. Head to toe. And, he finds the old...
smile on that image in my head combined.
Oh, yeah, it's great. It's a great skin. It's a really great skin. The blood-splattered one is amazing. So, he finds the old L Rapids sign still up. He removes Carl, Sapnap, and George's face from the poster, and he takes down the entirety of L Rapids. and after removing El Rapids, he returns to the sign, and he removes himself from it. And that is the end of the the first Las Nevadas episode. So, Fundy. Let's talk about Fundy. We haven't talked about Fundy for a while. So Fundy sets up a social experiment in the community house where he places a button that he rigs so that it will either give... No, come back here, Fundy. So it will either give the player who presses it a single diamond, or it will blow up the whole house. And he puts a sign... He puts a sign explaining exactly what it is and what it does. Like, no lies. He says exactly what it is.
My audio
and what
just cut out and I didn't get your answer. What was that?
Oh, he places a sign that explains exactly what it is and what it does, no lies, as a social experiment. Now,
Okay.
Puffy comes along, and she hits the button, and she gets a diamond. And so she hits the button a second time, and the TNT is set off and completely destroys the community house. A second time. And Ranboo immediately spots the damage. And he calls Puffy out on hitting the button twice. And she admits to it and apologizes. And she rebuilds the house once again to repair the damages. So it's an inside joke that the community house has lost 2 canon lives. And if it gets destroyed again, it cannot be rebuilt. It's the same.
The community ghost house, then.
It's the same with L'Manberg. L'Manberg was killed 3 times. It was blown up 3 times.
Oh,
And
that's
its
a good
ending
point.
was really dramatic and sad.
Yeah, exactly.
I want a Ghost Landberg arc.
Well, give me time. So Carl hosts the next episode of Tales, and it's titled The Pit. And in this episode, Carl finds himself as the cameraman, quote-unquote, filming several gladiator duels in order to determine who will become the Emperor's new general. It's a really good episode. And then afterwards, in the in-between, Carl sets off to find this mysterious portal that the second voice told him about. And he finds it, and despite the first voice's orders not to enter, he does so. And he is transported to a bigger, darker castle called The Other Side. And he travels through the other side, and he finds a message reading, "You're home now." And that's the end of the episode.
Reading what?
You're home now.
Oh.
And that's the end of the episode. So, anyway, Jack, he's gonna start his little plan to become a prison warden. So, he talks to none other than the people who are already prison wardens. By the way, I did get the information wrong earlier. I don't believe Skeppy ever became a prison guard. I think it was always Ant. I think I screwed that up.
Okay.
That's my bad. So, anyway, Bad and Ant. He talks to them, and he says he wants to know how to become a prison guard. And Ant says you need to get consent from all of the guards. And that's including Sam. So Jack finds that Sam's base has been pranked. And he decides to try and figure out who pranked it as a way of getting Sam's trust. So that's his plan. Meanwhile, Ponk finds a key card to the prison. A warden's key card. And he takes it. And Sam discovers that Ponk has a warden key card. And he kills him twice for it. Now, I don't believe these are canon deaths. But he kills Ponk twice. Wait, are they canon deaths? I'm gonna look this up really quick. Give me like 2 seconds. Because I can't remember if they're canon deaths or not. I don't think they are. No, one is. One canon death. That is one canon death.
Who decides these again? Just collectively?
Yeah, it's just like a thing that pops up later. I don't know.
Oh no, the thing is being corrupted by the egg.
Jesus Christ.
What are we gonna do?
Okay.
This house is haunted, I was telling you.
So Ponk finds
This house is haunted.
So
it's
Ponk-
haunted by egg power.
So
I guess.
Ponk finds a warden key card and he kills Ponk for it. And Ant and Bad do not allow Ponk to retrieve the items that Sam has taken from him, and Sam demands that Ponk turn over any other key cards that he may have. However, Ponk refuses, and he teleports away. And then Ranboo later comes along, and he notices that Sam is building something. He's building a weird structure near the prison. And he's like, "What is that?" And Sam replies, "It's hell for Ponk. I'm going to torture him into giving me back that key card." So Ranboo's like, "Okay," and he leaves. So Ponk logs back on, and he finds himself inside this box that Sam built. And Sam demands the key card back. And Ponk says, you know what? I don't really mind death. I think it would be kind of cool. So, you can't do anything to me. And Sam says, I'm gonna cut off your arm, then. And therefore, Ponk still refuses to give up the keycard. And Sam cuts off his arm. And Ponk immediately passes out from the pain.
Does this mean Ponk can't use any shields or any, like, secondhand items?
I'm not sure about that. I do know that he changes his skin to reflect that the arm is gone afterwards.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. So Ponk is missing an arm. These two... Remember how you said, oh, I can't wait for this relationship to go south?
Yep.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. So, anyway. So, back in Snowchester. Okay. Tubbo is worried about Michael's safety.
Sorry.
So Tubbo is worried about Michael's safety due to Dream's ability to revive others. And he teams up with Jack. Because they say, so he says, we're going to reactivate the nukes. But we're going to move them out of the vicinity of Snowchester. So the two build an area for the nukes out on an island off the coast of Snowchester. And then they return to the lab. And one of the nukes is missing.
Oh, that's not good.
No, that is not good. That is very, very not good. This was like, by the way, this was the first stream I watched live.
Oh, really?
This was the first stream I watched live. So
Where it
there.
was like, oh, did you know about the nukes beforehand, or was this your first-hand experience?
No, I knew about the nukes beforehand. This is after I
All
caught
right.
up. So
I can't imagine going, man, I can't wait to watch this Minecraft stream, and it's like, our nukes are missing, something's going on here.
Actually, I did vaguely know about the nukes, but I didn't know how they got them or how they worked, so I was just like, oh god!
Why don't we try nuking the egg?
Yeah, good plan. However, so they find that one of the nukes is missing. And they both panic. And they search around for the nuke, and they come up with nothing. And Tubbo says, okay, Jack, I don't care about Sam's pranked base. You need to start investigating this instead. Let's not worry about Sam's pranked base. Let's worry about the literal nuke that has just gone missing. So
yeah.
So Jack initially suspects Ranboo. However, Tubbo states that it couldn't have been Ranboo, as he's forgotten the nukes exist. So, and that's where they leave it for the time being. They're both freaking out. Jack's set on finding who stole these nukes, and Tubbo's just nervous. Over here. Okay, let me find the right heads. Okay, there's one. And there's one. Why did I say and there's one like I'd find it when I didn't? There it is. Okay. So, Errant and Foolish, they team up to go clear out some of the blood vines. And while working, Foolish remarks, you know what this reminds me of? You know what this clearing reminds me of? It reminds me of the time we destroyed that Wither cult. Do you remember that? And Errant's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And,
I don't even remember this.
And Foolish is like, yeah, you know, the Wither cults, the time we did that raid, and he starts listing off a bunch of events that he and Errant had supposedly done together. And Errant remembers none of these. Now, for a moment, she's like, maybe you're thinking of somebody else. And she removes her sunglasses. And she reveals that they have completely blank white eyes. Completely blank. And Foolish says, yeah, no, it was you. It was you. Which reveals that, ding, 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 everybody, we got another amnesiac in the house, and now it's Errant.
This is the third one.
Actually, the fourth. Puffy.
Wait,
Puffy doesn't remember her past either. So we have Ranboo, Carl, we have Ranboo, we have Carl, we have Puffy, we have Errant. None of these people remember their past. And it's getting concerning. Alright.
Yeah, and everyone's just copying Ranboo.
Yep. So Foolish also reveals that he's putting the mansion project on hold for a while because he has been commissioned to help build Kanoko Kingdom. And
everyone has gone like bent over backwards to avoid dealing with the egg plot.
Yeah, I know. Anyways, well, actually, I think it's because they couldn't all meet up at the same time Because that's a big problem on the server sometimes, is that Ranboo's talked about that. He said they've had to abandon whole storylines because they couldn't get people to meet at the right time. Which is really depressing. But anyway. Drista! Goddess of Chaos is back! Goddess of Chaos...
Does she log on into the prison cell?
No. They, like, break her out in creative mode, because they put Dream's account into creative mode every time Drista logs on. So she's not in prison. She's out and wandering.
So her escaping doesn't mean the Dreams escaped.
Yeah, exactly. She doesn't even really escape. In the canon of the series, she just kind of appears. She's a different entity.
Okay.
So, Drista's here, and Foolish goes up to her, and he says, "Will you give me a shulker box?" And she says, "I'll give you a shulker box, but I'll give you it on the deal. I'm gonna flip a coin. If it lands on tails, I'll give you the shulker box. If it lands on heads, you have to surrender all your items to George." Because George is also there. George. So, Drista flips the coin, and the coin lands on tails, and Foolish gets himself a lime shulker box.
Nice.
And then George
It looks like Dream, doesn't it?
Yeah. And then George attempts to make the same deal for netherite armor, and the coin lands on heads, and Drista kills him and burns all his items.
Is that's not a canon death, is it?
No, it's not a canon death. Alright, so later, Foolish goes up to Ranboo. And Foolish says, "Hey man, I'm a little concerned about holding onto this shulker box. Because I don't want people to try and come after me for it, you know? I don't want people to try to do things to me in order to come after for it. So I'm gonna make you a deal." And Ranboo says, "Okay." And Foolish says, "I'll make you the official owner of the shulker box. So you own the shulker box, but I keep it on my person." Okay, I keep it on my person. It's officially yours, but you're renting it to me forever. And in exchange...
Quick question.
Yeah?
What does the shulker box do again?
It allows... It works as a chest, but
you can, like, break it and use it as a backpack.
Yeah, you can break it and use it as a backpack.
Got it.
So it's very, very valuable. Especially to people who work on big builds like Foolish does. So, anyway... Foolish agrees to this in exchange for one favor. He says, "Foolish, I'm going to come to you someday, and I'm going to have a favor. In exchange for doing this, you have to comply with that favor." And Foolish says, "Okay, as long as I don't have to kill anybody." And Ranboo goes, "Okay, yeah, that's the one caveat. I won't make you kill anybody, but we have a favor." So these two have a favor with each other. Alright, let's talk about some Fundy stuff. Fundy goes to sleep, and he wakes up to find himself in a desert. And he spots the Kamar van in the distance of this desert, and he goes towards it to find he's inside. It's
just another Fundy?
Yes, it's himself and Wilbur. Alive. And he tries to go inside, but he cannot enter. And he turns around, and he finds another door that leads into a cave. And he continues through this world, and he discovers several books along the way that are written by himself. He doesn't remember writing them. And the books that are written by himself tell him that the place he is in is not real, and that he himself is not real. And he's kind of freaking out a little bit, and he tries to go back to sleep, and he wakes up in the desert once more. And he finds his way back to the cave. This stream is super trippy, by the way. It's like Inception. There's like several layers of going to sleep and waking up in this desert. It's really freaky. So, he finds his way back to the cave, and he finds another book. And this book tells him that you can either go to sleep and wake up for real, or you continue to read on and discover the truth. But I don't think you want to find out the truth. So the books warn Fundy against joining someone that they just refer to as him. They never confirm who he is. And they say, you shouldn't join him. And they say, you suffer from a rare form of insomnia. And your dreams are linked to reality. And your dreams predict the future. And the book says, now you might think this is a good thing, to be able to predict the future. But it's not a good thing. Because not only do your dreams predict the future, but so do your nightmares. And Fundy leaves the cave, and he finds that it has turned to night. And he sees a figure in completely black robes, and this person begins chasing him. And Fundy screams, and he runs back to his base, and he quickly jumps into bed to go back to sleep, and he gets out of the nightmare, and the cloaked figure approaches him, and Fundy screams, and the screen cuts to black, and that's the end of the stream. Anyway, so that's what Fundy's going on. Let's talk about George. We're going to talk about George. Remember George? We all like George. Okay, so George, people are going to be mad at me. I'm not including George's lore because George lore was an April Fool's stream and almost none of it was canon, even though it was really funny. So I'm not including that. However, George wakes up and he meets Mexican Dream! The ghost of Mexican Dream is back! And the ghost of Mexican Dream, he requests to be taken back to Mexican L'Manberg. And he says, Mexican L'Manberg was my home country. And then, Bad and Nikki, Bad and Nikki, they show up along the way. And, Bad informs Mexican Dream that El Rapids has since been taken down by a, quotation marks, handsome person with blood on their clothes. And Mexican Dream attempts to figure out who took down El Rapids. It's Quackity, but also Mexican Dream is played by Quackity. That's the spin on this. So, they decide that Quackity must be at fault, but no one can find Quackity. And in his anger, Mexican Dream burns down one of Quackity's old builds. And Mexican Dream says, I only have a few minutes left before I have to return to the afterlife. And he tells George to find Quackity for him. And he leaves. Now, Bad suggests leaving the damage behind so that they can frame the egg and that Quackity will fear the egg. But both Nikki and George oppose this idea. They don't want this. Oh, Mexican Dream left. But then Dream XD arrives. As in God. So God's here now. So Dream XD suddenly arrives, and after George tells him what Bad was planning, he, slash kills Bad. This is not a canon death. He just kills Bad. And, Dream XD offers that George can take what's left of Bad's items, but George refuses as he fears that Bad's infection has spread to his armor. So he requests netherite items from Dream XD. However, this pisses Dream XD off. And Dream XD chases George all the way to Eric's museum. And when asked what he wants, Dream XD claims he just wants George's acceptance. And George once again asks for netherite armor because he wants Dream XD to prove his godly state. And this pisses off Dream XD, and George apologizes. This stream is a lot of back and forth. So Dream XD travels around with George, and they find Bad. And George asks Dream XD to scare him away. And Dream XD tells him that he is going to eat his dog.
Oh,
if they don't leave.
Don't. No.
And this terrifies Bad, because Bad has a dog in real life. Her name is Lucy. Everybody calls her Rat. She's an angel. So Bad runs away. And George is like, okay, dude, your pranks are a little much. I'm gonna teach you how to actually prank someone where it's okay. And we're gonna use Nikki. We're gonna have you practice pranking on Nikki. So Dream tries to prank Nikki, but he ends up scaring her again in the same way he freaked out Bad. And then George says, it's okay, we're gonna try one more time. And he tells her, tell her you've hidden her shoes in Church Prime. But they're not there. That's a decent prank. And so Dream does it, and they all laugh. They all laugh at Church Prime. And then Dream says, I've got another idea for a good joke. And he sends Nikki to hell. And then he brings her back. And she's terrified. And she runs from the two. And George says, okay, maybe you're past saving. You're kind of a god who was once a demon. You don't really get any of this.
This is like some, what was it? This is like some Good Place type stuff where Michael doesn't understand ethics.
Yeah, exactly.
A million-year-old demon, yeah.
That is exactly what this episode is. So, Dream XD is like, please let me try again. I'm really trying to understand all this. And George agrees to forgive him, and he's gonna teach him. And Dream XD leaves a bit afterwards. So, they're like, they're gonna deal with that later. Okay. So, Tubbo holds a few chill streams, where it seems like there's not much lore going on. However, over the course of these streams, several weird messages begin flashing across the screen that Tubbo does not acknowledge. And these messages read, "Hello? Can you hear me? It's cold. It's very dark. I can hear them. They're underneath me. I don't make cakes often. I've never even had one. Oh no. Please. I must go now. Goodbye, Michael." And then in the next one, it says, "Quick! I don't have much time. Stay away from the north. A strange metal weapon washed up. It poisons the nature. The water. We're leaving." I cut a few out of that, but that's like the important stuff. Alright, so that has yet to be resolved. No one knows what that's about. Bad! We're gonna get into the big egg stuff. So Bad officially sends out invitations inviting people around the server to come to the Red Banquet. Okay? So Bad and Ant also begin they clear away several of the blood vines on the server, as they state that the egg has given permission for them to clear away some of the blood vines to make the egg pyre look better to the rest of the server. And they plan to present the Red Banquet as a chance to start over to the rest of the server and claim that the egg pyre wishes to make amends with those they have wronged and improve their reputation and turn over a new leaf. So, they invite a couple of people. They invite Puffy, they invite Foolish, and they invite Sam to start off with. Now, they're all hesitant, but they agree to come because they all hear that the egg pyre intends to apologize. And that's what they want. They want to turn over a new leaf. They don't want to condemn their friends. They just want things to go back to the way it was. So, they continue, Bad and Ant continue to clear blood vines, and they mention several others being invited to the banquet. Now, Tubbo has still not found that missing nuke. So we gotta talk about that missing nuke. So Tubbo builds an interrogation room in Snowchester with the single purpose of interrogating citizens about the missing nuke. So Tubbo brings in Foolish first. And he says, "I've lost a firework. And you were the only other person online when I lost this firework." And Foolish doesn't know where the firework is. And after a while of questioning, Tubbo decides, okay, Foolish did not take this nuke. He can be trusted. And he tells him the truth. He says, it wasn't a firework, it was a nuke. We need to figure out where this thing is. And Foolish suggests, well, maybe the egg pyre took it. And he tells Tubbo all about the planned banquet. And Tubbo says, well, you should keep an eye on them while you're at the banquet. Make sure they don't have a nuke. Make sure the land around is okay. All that stuff. And they continue looking for suspects. They search around the server for the nuke in places such as H-Bomb's house. They look at H-Bomb's house. And they also look in Nikki's underground city, but they find no traces of the nuke.
How active is H-Bomb in all of this, by the way? Because he just seems to be in and out.
Not very active. He's not that active on the server. He just kind of pops in and out of lore occasionally. I just figured I'd include him because he's a valid member of the server, and I was trying to include bits of lore from everybody who did lore, to be fair. So,
wait, did H-Bomb do any lore?
Not much. He has a little bit at the beginning where he talks about how he's angry that nobody cared about him in Eric's castle, so he left for the desert. That's pretty much, that's the biggest one he's done, I believe. So, let's go back to Quackity. So Quackity presents episode 2 of the Lost Nevada series, which focuses on what happens in the 3 days before his visit to Dream in prison. Now here it's revealed that Quackity feels as though he's been betrayed. Because it turns out that, you know Kinoko Kingdom? This lovely little country that Carl and Sapnap built? Carl and Sapnap never told him about Kanoko Kingdom. So he feels... you don't really do that to your, like, third fiancé. You have 3 fiancés here, and the 2 of them left one out of building a whole country. So, he also attempts... He finally, in the episode, he also attempts to blow up the egg. He attempts to blow up the egg with several bits of TNT. And he ends the episode with leaving a note for Wilbur, where he says that Wilbur was right all along about Quackity not being ready for power, but that he won't make the same mistake again. Foolish builds a giant floating statue above Church Prime. Good job, bud. That's gonna come back later. Let's see. Hannah joins the server, and she's in a weird kind of daze. She starts acting as if it's her first day. She goes and she collects supplies, and she talks about building her very first house. Now, Sam finds her like this, and is immediately concerned, and he leads her back to her original house, which Hannah doesn't seem to recognize. And Hannah explains that she's been sleeping, and she just woke up on the SMP that day, even though Sam tries to tell her she's been around for months. And Sam blows up her new house, trying to force her to go back to her first house to regain the memories. And she eventually comes back to herself as they clear the remains of the house, and Sam tells her to go get some rest, because she's clearly going through it. Now, Bad is making final preparations for the Red Banquet. And he finds Skeppy. Now, Skeppy is standing on top of the egg. And Bad argues with Skeppy to come down from the egg, because he's annoyed that it seems to be all Skeppy wants to do. All Skeppy wants to do is be with this egg, and he's angry because he gave up everything to save Skeppy for this egg. And Skeppy argues back, and Skeppy calls him selfish. As he says, well, I didn't ask you to do any of that. You're not taking into account what I want. And all I want is to be with this egg. So the fight escalates, and it ends with Bad accidentally pushing Skeppy back into lava and killing him. Now, far away, Skeppy respawns, and he wakes back up. And he is once again blue. And he wakes up all the way back in a place where he and Bad built. And the stream ends as he calls out looking for Bad. And Bad is nowhere to be found. So, Sam, Hannah, Puffy, and Foolish. They all meet at the giant totem in the sky that Foolish built, because they want to discuss the Red Banquet and what they should do. And they all decide that while they wish to believe that the Eggpire is turning a new leaf, the warnings of... It's come out that the Eggpire has decided to not allow anyone to have weapons or armor of any kind within the Red Banquet. And that's concerning, for a multitude of reasons. So the 4 decide to come up with a plan to hide a chest full of diamond armor and swords in the banquet hall as a precaution. And then Foolish and Hannah leave. And Sam reveals to Puffy that he has TNT hidden around the egg. And if things go wrong, he's going to blow that egg up. Alright, we're going to talk about Ranboo. I remember this stream. I was there for this stream. I cried over this stream. This is chapter 1 of his Enderwalk series, and it's titled Lessons. Now, he goes to go see Foolish to check on the status of the mansion. But while Foolish is talking, his voice suddenly fades out, and a message appears on screen, reading, Lesson 14. If you have the opportunity to gain a favor, take it. Now this is concerning to Ranboo. He doesn't know what these lessons are, and he leaves Foolish behind to figure out what happened. And as he's walking around trying to figure out what happened, more and more of these messages begin appearing with different lessons. And he panics. And he reveals that off-stream, he has been experimenting on himself in secret in an attempt to better understand and hopefully stop his Enderwalk state. And he has a mental breakdown as the message continued to bump, as all these lessons continue to keep popping up on the screen, and he fears that the experiments have backfired and caused everything to be worse. So Ranboo rushes to the prison where he finds Sam. And he begs Sam to lock him away in the prison. And Sam refuses. And he tries to comfort Ranboo, and he tells him that he's a good person, and Sam reminds Ranboo of Tubbo and Michael, and Ranboo replies that Tubbo and Michael are the very reason that he wants to be locked away, so that they can be safe, because he doesn't know what his Enderwalk state is about. So Sam forces Ranboo to go home, and he does so, and he's trying to figure out what to do the whole way there. And he returns to his base in the Arctic, and he decides that there's only one thing he can do. And he writes a question in his memory book that just says, "What am I?" And he then states that the only person who can give him that answer is himself. And he throws a splash potion of water on the ground, purposefully triggering the Enderwalk state, and the screen goes black. Boom! That's the experiments. God, that stream fucked me up for like 3 days. Drink break. Okay. Anyway. Bad hands out several more invitations to the Red Banquet, to Sapnap, and to a couple of other people. And Bad, when he hands over the invitation to Sapnap, he reveals that Sapnap is his kid. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that happens. So Sapnap, he found Sapnap in the Nether, and when Sapnap was a child, and he decided to adopt him. So Sapnap is Bad's adopted kid. More family stuff. It gets very confusing. And also, Eret is invited to the banquet, as Bad states that he'll be an extremely important guest, as they are the king of the SMP. So, on April 25th, 2021, the Red Banquet is held. Now, there's a bunch of people who go to this thing. So, here we go. We got Hannah, we got Bad is there, we've got, I believe, yeah, Ant is there. I need to find Ant. Ant is there. Ponk is there. Foolish is there. Sam is there. George is there. Eret is there. Oh my god. I get so many people. Eret is there. Eret is there. Puffy is there. Fundy. Where's Fundy? Where's my guy Fundy? Fundy is
and
there.
H-Bomb is there.
H-Bomb is there, actually. Yes, he is.
Wait, that's true?
Yes, he is there.
Alright, I was just doing a meme, I guess. It works, yeah.
Yeah, Nikki is there. So a bunch of people are there. A bunch of people are at this Red Banquet. And they all these guys, they arrive at the venue to find Bad, Ant, and Ponk ready to begin the party. Now, for some still unexplained reason, this still bothers me. I'm dying to know why this happened. Ranboo is up in the rafters. He does not make a single noise the entire time. He does not speak. He does not join the party. He does not do anything to protect anyone. He is hiding up in the rafters with a weird purple cloak, and he's got a bandage over his eyes. No one still knows why that's happened.
Was that just like in the background? Did anyone
Yes.
even mention it?
That was in the background. No one noticed him. He was just there. Now the chat was freaking out, but no one in the actual banquet noticed him. So, Bad makes a speech, and he thanks everybody for coming to the banquet. And as his speech concludes, walls of lava fall around the table and encase everyone inside. They encase everyone inside. And Bad reveals the true plan behind the banquet. The egg needs sacrifices.
No.
So Puffy immediately runs to retrieve the hidden weapons, but she finds that the hidden chests are empty. Someone stole all the weapons, and that someone is Hannah. Hannah steps up, and she reveals that she has been corrupted by the egg for a long time. And she sides with the Eggpire, and she has alerted them about all the weapons. Now this sends Sam into a panic, and Sam immediately triggers his TNT trap surrounding the egg, but as the TNT explodes, the egg, on its own, I still don't know how they modded this, on its own, puts up a crying obsidian barrier. So the TNT does not harm it, completely of its own volition. And Bad laughs at Sam, and he claims they put up security measures after Quackity attempted to blow up the egg. And Bad decides, we're gonna sacrifice Eret first. And they force Eret to come closer to the egg. And Foolish has had enough at this point, and Foolish attempts to summon a lightning bolt to attack the egg. But his powers do not work, for some unknown reason. And Bad says, well, why don't we sacrifice Foolish instead of Eret? So they bring up Foolish.
No!
So they bring up Foolish to the sacrificial thing. And Puffy stands up, and she says, I've had enough of all this. And Ant tells her, well, you could have stopped this, Puffy. If you stayed with the Eggpire, you could have stopped all of this. And Ant kills Foolish. Canon death. Everybody, canon death. Foolish is sacrificed at the Red Banquet. And this sends everybody into a panic. But suddenly, bam! Quackity bursts through the wall.
Yo!
And he demands for Bad to stop. And Bad laughs at him. And he says, Quackity, if you wanted to beat me, you're severely outnumbered. You should have brought
shit ass. Want to see me sacrifice everyone to the egg?
well, Jesus Christ. Well, Bad says, you know, you should have brought an army. And Quackity says, oh, I did. But I brought something better than an army. I brought my worst enemy.
Yeah.
And Techno comes through the wall with his entire Hound army, and not only Techno, Purpled comes in too, as in the guy known for winning a 7v1.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Purpled and Techno come through the wall, and Techno tells Bad, listen man, this egg thing has gotten out of control, and this needs to stop. I don't like how culty you all are. It's freaky. I don't like it. So while Techno and Quackity are distracting the Eggpire, Puffy grabs an axe, and she runs up, and she says, you mistook my kindness for weakness, and kills Ant. Starting off the battle. So it's basically everybody who has weapons, also known as these three guys, against the entire Eggpire. Okay? And Bad quickly realizes that the Eggpire is outnumbered. Once again, Purpled and Technoblade are excellent PvPers. Like, they're very, very good.
Yeah, they're the Strunk boys.
Yeah, they're very good.
But
you can't mess with them.
But they only got Ponk boys. They got no class.
So Bad calls for a retreat, and the Eggpire escapes through the tunnels. And Purpled goes after them while Quackity remains in the Egg Cavern to check on everybody else. And Bad and the rest of the Eggpire split up and run. And Bad reflects on his actions, and he claims that he never wanted to hurt anyone. And Quackity, Sam, and Techno team up and imprison the egg inside the cavern. They can't destroy it, but they imprison it. Alright, so that's the Red Banquet. That was also a really good stream. It was really intense, very good. H-Bomb was there. So
H-Bomb was there.
Right up your alley. Alright. So after this, Foolish wakes up. Foolish wakes up back in his temple, and he's shaken from his experience, as he believed that, you know, as a god, he was immortal. He didn't think that he could die. So the egg speaks to him, all the way at his desert temple. And the egg tells him, that it is a piece of his soul and is an ancient being just like Foolish, and it accuses him of being afraid of his death, which Foolish denies, and the egg tries to convince him to once again become a totem of death instead of life. And Foolish admits that he used to believe that power only comes from violence, but that way of thinking only brought him misery, and now he is much more content creating rather than destroying. Also, the egg states that it knows about the deal between him and Ranboo about the shulker box. It's weird, and I don't know what it's going to come to, but yeah, the egg knows about that. And then Foolish travels to Church Prime, and he swims in the holy water, thus removing the egg's voice from his mind. Also, Puffy decides that it's time for the girl boss arc. Puffy decides that she feels as though she has let everyone down on the server, and she decides that she's going to stop trying to be a hero. She is going to become a villain against everyone who has ever hurt her. Good for her. I love it. I love the girl boss. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. We love it to see.
Yeah, the 3Gs.
Exactly. Also, Ponk meets up with Foolish. And Ponk apologizes for the actions at the banquet. And he says that that the other Eggpire members, he never wanted to execute Foolish. He wanted to execute Eret. So the other Eggpire members betrayed him by executing Foolish. Okay, here we go. This is big shit. So, Tommy, Tubbo, Wilbur, well, Ranboo's there too, and Ghostbur. They all team up to enact Tommy's plan to kill Dream. So Tommy reveals that his plan... oh wait, no. This does not happen yet. Hang on. First of all, Tommy, Tubbo, and Ranboo begin preparing for Tommy's mission to kill Dream by locking him in several... They lock Tommy in several traumatic places in order to force him to face his fears and be able to handle them. Now, this is Tommy's idea. Tubbo and Ranboo just help him. So, he forces himself into several places around the server that makes him very upset on purpose to try and prepare himself for going back into the prison, where he died. Also, Ranboo checks his memory book to see what his Underwalk self wrote back to his question, and he finds that his Underwalk self wrote that he is someone who must stop conflict on the server and keep the server safe. Hello?
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 That sounded like Ed. Is Ed on call?
Ed?
Who was that? It is Ed. Ed's
on
call.
Ed's on call. Hello, Ed.
All right. Hey, how's it going, Ed?
What's up,
We're
man?
right at the tail end. How many pages of this do we have left?
6.
All right.
I'm about to hop on critically acclaimed MMO WoW killer Final Fantasy 14.
Well, we're glad you joined us instead. You would have not had as good of a night.
I mean, I could have got my relic weapon finished, but hey.
Nice. Okay, so
they've on the mind.
Nice. So they've all been preparing, right? And they're gonna kill Dream. So Tommy, Tubbo, and Ranboo and Ghostbur, they all meet up in the watchtower outside the prison, ready to enact Tommy's plan to kill Dream. So Tommy's plan is to send Ghostbur into the prison. So they're going to send Ghostbur into the prison, and Tommy is going to drink an invisibility potion and sneak in behind Ghostbur. Now, this plan goes off very well. They get it. Ghostbur gets into the prison, Tommy follows him, and there's very little suspicion on Sam's part. However, they get all the way to the cell where Dream is. Okay, they get all the way to the cell, and Tommy takes out his axe too early. And Sam spots him. And Sam spots him, and Sam forces Tommy to come back. He forces Tommy to come back so he can figure out who he is, thus leaving Ghostbur behind in the cell with Dream. Okay, so he yells at Tommy for endangering the safety of the prison, and Dream, while this is happening, suddenly takes Ghostbur hostage. And he demands to be let out of the prison. And he says, if I'm not let out of this prison, I'll revive Wilbur. Right here. Right now.
Oh, wait. Okay, so his threat right now is, I will revive Wilbur and then kill him again?
No, I will revive... Nobody wants Wilbur to be revived.
Oh, he will... So he'll just revive Wilbur and be like, ha, now
says,
you no longer have the cool Wilbur.
Yeah, he says, I'll revive Wilbur right here, right now, if you don't let me out of this prison. So Tommy's freaking out, because he doesn't want to lose Ghostbur. So he demands for Sam to go get Ghostbur, but Sam says he can't. Because Ghostbur and Dream are too close together, and if he tries to go over to free Ghostbur, he could very well risk freeing Dream, and he doesn't want to do that. And Ghostbur begins panicking, and Tommy tries to comfort him, but Sam puts down the lava wall between Dream's cell and the prison, and at the very last second, Tommy sees Dream kill Ghostbur. So... Yeah. So, Sam informs Tommy that he's banned from the prison grounds and will be killed on sight if spotted approaching them. And Tommy leaves the prison to see Ranboo and Tubbo, who ask him what happened. Now, the three of them quickly realize that when someone is revived, they reappear in the spot that they died. So the three of them rush to the L'Manberg crater. And there they find Wilbur, with the white streak in his hair to prove that he's revived.
Oh!
Yeah.
Because he's Danny Phantom.
Yep. So... So Wilbur rejoices over being alive again, and he laments... Because remember, one day in the overworld is a month in the afterlife. So when you do the math, Wilbur has been in the afterlife for 13 and a half years.
Yikes.
And he states that his afterlife was an empty train station that he couldn't escape. And trains
that sounds kind of peaceful, honestly. I like that.
Well, trains kept going by and by and by, and one of them never ever stopped for him. However, one stopped for him just now, driven by Dream. And Wilbur states that Dream is his hero, much to Tommy's horror. Yep. Says Dream's my hero. He saved me.
Oh no. Can we kill him right now? He's in a pit. We have pools.
No, Dream... So he says, Dream's my hero. And he says, I have to go. I have a lot of plans. I want to live life again. So I have to go. And he leaves. And the rest... Seriously? Dude? You've been here for 2 seconds. And the three are left in the L'Manberg crater to wonder about what they've done. Good job, guys. You screwed up real bad. So anyway, Ranboo goes to Phil. And he tells Phil what happened. And Phil is overjoyed. Okay, he always felt bad about, the whole killing his son thing. So he's thrilled. So Phil's overjoyed. Phil's thrilled. Thank God my son's back. So
Phil.
Ranboo is still worried about whether or not Wilbur has changed. And he meets with a group of Endermen, and he asks them to keep an eye on Wilbur. And he refers to this group of Endermen as the Council, and he builds a mailbox for them to be able to communicate with each other. It's very nice. Alright, so Fundy. Fundy. If you'll remember, Fundy is Wilbur's son. So, alright, Fundy. He's making plans to blow up his base, as he wants to start anew, and he wants to get away from all these terrible dreams he's been having. But he's interrupted by a message from Phil. And Fundy meets Phil at the L'Manberg crater, and Phil tells him that Wilbur's been revived. And Fundy is distraught. Fundy doesn't want this.
Distraught.
Mm-hmm.
Distraught.
Literally distraught. That's the best word to describe it. And they go searching for him. And on the way, Phil reveals that before he joined the server, Wilbur, now this is canonically, Wilbur had been writing letters to him about his time in the SMP before he joined. And he lied to him. Wilbur told him that Pog 2020 won the election. And Phil came to the server because Wilbur's letters stopped abruptly. And that worried Phil. So that's why he came to the Dream SMP. Now, Fundy corrects him about the election, as he said, no, Schlatt won. Pog 2020 never won. And this leaves Phil surprised and confused as to why Wilbur would lie, and he denies that it could have happened. And the two can't find Wilbur. So Fundy returns to his base and blows it up. So, Wilbur and Tommy are hanging out. They're hanging out together. And they're walking around the server, and Wilbur tries to convince Tommy that the only reason that Dream was in prison was because people were gaining too much power, and Dream tried to stand up against them. And Tommy reminds him, hey man, Dream was once our enemy. We once stood up against him with L'Manberg. And Wilbur says, I never really cared about L'Manberg. He says, I just wanted to use L'Manberg as a means to the end. Oh my god, there's an incinerator in our classroom.
He just appeared here out of nowhere. It was strange.
He spawned in. So also, Wilbur officially meets Ranboo. Remember, Wilbur actually died before Ranboo joined the server. So, this is Wilbur meeting Ranboo for the first time. And after talking to him for a while and discovering that Ranboo likes to, help everyone and he doesn't like to pick sides, Wilbur tells Tommy that Ranboo is a follower and that he's weak. And then Tommy snaps at him for saying rude things about Ranboo. And they visit Phil. And Phil asks him about lying in his letters. And Wilbur admits to lying in the letters, but he did it to make Phil feel better. He refers to it as, like, lying to when your parents send you to summer camp, and they spend a bunch of money to send you to summer camp, and, like, you feel bad because they sent all this money, but it sucks. So you tell them in your letters that it's great, so they don't feel bad, even though it's awful. So he says that's what it's like. And Phil offers Wilbur a place to stay in his house, as Wilbur no longer has a home, and Wilbur accepts. And Fundy builds a cottage. He builds a cottage way over here. And he begins to because he wants to start a new life. Alright, May 16th. Now this guy hasn't really done much yet. But, because he's only been on the server for like 2 months. But, Michael. This is a guy called Michael MC Chill. He joined the server.
He looks like just some normal dude just chilling out playing Minecraft.
He pretty much is just chilling out. He's just been like building a house and making it look nice. And joking about breaking Dream out of the prison, but he doesn't actually do it. Because Sam stops him. But, yeah, he's a pretty cool dude. It does get a little confusing, because now there's Michael, as in this guy, and also Michael, as in Tubbo and Ranboo's kid. So now we got 2 Michaels on the server. But anyway. Alright. So, Foolish decides... So Puns is a mercenary. And Foolish decides to hire him to find the missing nuke. So that's something small that happened. Now we're really getting into the territory of this happened super recently, and I don't know if this is important or not. So, that's where we're at.
Alright, what's the date of this stream?
We're around May. We're around the end of May. We're getting to the end of May.
Alright.
So, Quackity then presents the 3rd episode of the Lost Nevada series. And Quackity forces Dream to write a letter to Technoblade. Oh my god, I'm losing my voice really bad. Sorry. Okay. So Quackity gets Dream to write a letter to Technoblade asking for him to visit him, so that Quackity may set up a trap for Technoblade. Because remember, Quackity still doesn't like Technoblade. They worked together for that egg thing once, but Quackity still doesn't like him. So Dream tries to resist at first, but Quackity threatens to kill him, as he states that the Revive book doesn't matter to him anymore, so Dream writes the letter. Now, Quackity goes on a spree in an attempt to recruit several people to Las Nevadas. He attempts to recruit Foolish by telling him that he knows about his past as a totem of death, and he tells him that all his builds are useless, because no one ever uses them. And he states that he let Foolish die at the Red Banquet so that Foolish can become a better person. And Foolish is angered by his attempts and sends him away. Now, Quackity, he goes into one of Las Nevadas' restaurants and discovers Charlie. Now we're here at Canon Charlie. Remember how I mentioned Charlie earlier and I said forget everything you knew about him? This is Canon Charlie. Charlie... He
has like a slime on his head?
Yes, Charlie is a slime. Charlie is a slime who has evolved over hundreds and hundreds of years to be able to disguise himself as a human.
Nice.
And Quackity quickly discovers that... There we go. Yeah. That's about right. So Quackity quickly discovers that Charlie is a bit naive. He's kind of stupid. He doesn't understand the ways of of humans. However, he has been around for the entirety of the server. He has been spying on everybody in the server and knows everything about everyone. And therefore, Quackity decides that he could be useful as a spy. And he decides to pretend to... He tells Charlie, do you want to be friends? I'll teach you what a friend is. And so Quackity brings Charlie on to the Las Nevadas team. Now Quackity goes, I don't know if y'all will remember this because this was a while ago, but Quackity goes and he blows up Purpled's UFO. Because he says, Purpled, you're wasting your potential. The only thing that people knew you on this server for was this UFO. So I need to destroy it so that you can get to your full potential with Las Nevadas. And he leaves. And Fundy goes into another dream, and he panics as he believes that moving would have solved the problem of his dreams. And within his dream, he finds Quackity, and Quackity begins to reminisce with him about their days in L'Manberg. However, Quackity brings him over to Eret's Tower, which appears to be broken and run down in this dream state, and Quackity states that it will happen to Fundy too. Everyone will leave him behind and turn to dust, because right now, Fundy doesn't matter. And Quackity tells Fundy that the only way he can matter is if he changes. And Fundy wakes up and goes outside to find the real Quackity waiting for him. Alright, and now we're entering the era that we are currently in. This is the
we're almost done!
We are almost done, folks. We got 5 pages left. That's it. We got 5 pages left. Okay, so Foolish travels to Las Nevadas, and Quackity refuses to reveal many secrets about Las Nevadas because Foolish hasn't fully committed. And he shows Foolish around a bit, and Foolish resolves to make a decision by the next day. Now, Ranboo finds a second stronghold by accident.
Alright.
How you do that is insane. Yes, I know. I'm almost done. Okay. So, Ranboo approaches the mysterious table, aka portal, and he decides to renovate the portal room into a place to hold more experiments. And he admits to becoming more understanding towards Enderwalk, and he no longer believes it to be malicious. He thinks of Enderwalk as himself, but with all of his memories intact. So he sets up an experiment that he explains to be testing whether or not he can naturally teleport away from arrows, because he's already revealed that he has Silk Touch powers, so he's trying to get more Enderman traits out of him. And he later reveals, though, that the arrow thing was an attempt to knock himself into a water tank, because he doesn't have armor on. And by knocking himself into that water tank, he wants to trigger pain and therefore trigger Enderwalk. But he admits that the experiment is too dangerous, and he does not go through with it, much to the relief of his particles. Yeah, chat's talking this whole time, and he's talking in character. It's very cool. This is not the one where my line is in. I'll talk about that when it's there. But, after this, Foolish decides to officially join Las Nevadas. He's joining Las Nevadas. And Fundy decides to meet up with Quackity after reflecting on his dreams. And Quackity offers Fundy the chance to join Las Nevadas. But he says, Fundy, I want you to better yourself first. I want you to put yourself first. I want you to practice some goddamn self-care. And then I will let you join Las Nevadas. So anyway, Quackity then teaches Charlie how to gamble.
Yep.
So he teaches Charlie how to gamble. However, Charlie becomes a bit too attached to gambling, and Quackity forces him to stop because he's concerned about his mental health. So, yeah. Also, let's see, Connor! We remember Connor, Sonic Head
yeah.
boy. Alright, so Connor comes to Los Nevados, and Quackity decides that he's the perfect target to teach Charlie how to convince people to come to the casinos, because Charlie's going to work there. That's the point of Charlie. So, he greets Connor, and he introduces Charlie as a new assistant, and he takes him inside and convinces him to gamble. Now, Connor quickly loses all of his diamonds, and Quackity offers him a loan to pay back in 5 days. Connor takes it, and Charlie, who doesn't want to be left out, says, "Can I take on a loan?" And Quackity gives him a loan. And Charlie says, "Well, how can I pay back my loan? I don't have any diamonds." And Quackity tells him, "Well, I'll tell you how to pay back your loan. And you can spy on a purple guy I've need to keep my eye on."
The Purple Man.
FNAF. And he warns Charlie not to trust anyone outside of Los Nevados. Now, Ranboo's over at the Arctic, and he leaves his house, and he finds that outside of the Arctic, an entire forest has suddenly appeared outside the fence boundaries. It's a whole forest that's suddenly there. And he asks Phil, "Did you plant that?" And Phil says, "No, I didn't plant that." And Phil starts to speculate about who could have planted the forest. And the last thing he says about it is, "It could be... No, it couldn't be her." And then he leaves the subject entirely. Now, this is a sweet thing I want to mention because I think it's very cool. So Phil has a wife in real life. The actual Phil has a wife. And during this part in the lore, his wife, her visa to stay in England with him got denied because she was looking to renew it, and it was denied. So she had to go home to America. This man missed her so bad, he decided to canon... Now, people have been joking because they love her. They love his wife. We call her Mumsa. Her name's Kristen. We love her. And there's a joke... Well, there's a headcanon where people referred to her as the goddess of death because they wanted to give her a role in the Dream SMP. Phil canonized it with this forest. This forest...
So she appears?
No, she doesn't appear. But the forest outside the Arctic is implied to have been placed there by the goddess of death, also known as Phil's wife. Pay attention, guys. This is the standard for men, okay? If you miss your girlfriend so much, you make her a literal goddess in the roleplay world.
Death goddess, specifically.
Yeah. You miss your wife so much that you make her a goddess of death, canonically, in the world of the roleplay you're working with. Take fucking notes.
Old wife guy.
We love Phil. We love his wife. She got her visa reapproved, so she's going back soon. I love you, Mum. She's Mumsa. I love her so much. She's great. Okay, so Forest. So, okay, Wilbur and Tommy. Let's talk about Wilbur and Tommy for a little bit. Wilbur and Tommy meet up. And Tommy excited, and Wilbur convinces Tommy to lead him to Los Nevados. Now, Wilbur and Tommy are immediately starstruck by Los Nevados, and they both want to join. However, Quackity tells Tommy, Tommy can join. But he says Wilbur is too unpredictable and has an unfortunate habit of blowing up nations.
Yeah, kind of did a bad.
So Quackity says, "You can't join." Now this pisses off Wilbur, and he begins walking around, and he starts asking about the land that Quackity owns. And Wilbur quickly discovers a nearby forest that is not owned by Quackity, and he takes it over, and he declares, "This is gonna be my new nation. This is gonna be my new nation next to Los Nevados. It's not yours, it's mine." It's very 5-year-old throwing a temper tantrum. And this annoys Quackity, because Quackity doesn't want any new nations right outside of Los Nevados. And he offers Tommy he pulls Tommy aside. And he says, "Come on, let's go discuss things. you can join Las Nevadas. And if you join Las Nevadas, I'll put you in charge of the restaurants. I'll let you run the restaurants however way you want. And that can be your role in Las Nevadas. Now, Tommy returns to Wilbur, because Wilbur messages him, come on, we got work to do. We got a nation over here. We got work to do. And Wilbur, when Tommy comes back, he tells Tommy, you can make your own decision. But you're all I have. You're my family. Okay? We're family. We're blood. You're my family. We're all each other has. So you can make whatever decision you want, but you're going to be leaving me alone. So, gaslight gatekeep girl boss once again. And Tommy says, I'm a bit torn between the two, but I don't want to hurt my family. So he sides with Wilbur. And Quackity and Wilbur start to loudly argue over what side Tommy should be on. It's very divorced parents yelling over custody of a kid energy. It's a bit uncomfortable to listen to, and Tommy looks uncomfortable the entire time. And Tommy stops them from yelling, and Quackity apologizes and offers them a tour of Las Nevadas, which Wilbur accepts. And Tommy's like, I don't know if you should give us a tour of if you should give Wilbur a tour of Las Nevadas, but it happens anyway. And Tommy cements his decision to stay on Wilbur's side. And Quackity tells him, I can respect that. I get it. And Quackity, Tommy, and Wilbur discuss Dream being in the prison. And Wilbur asks if he can visit him. And when he finds out that there's a visitation process in place, he excitedly leaves Las Nevadas, and Tommy chases after him, because he's worried. And Tommy tries to convince Wilbur not to visit Dream. And Wilbur says he won't if it upsets Tommy. However, he says, that's the only thing I want to do. So why are you holding me back from the only thing I want to do? Again, gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Okay, so now we're gonna go over here, and we're gonna get Tubbo, and we're gonna talk about the cookie outpost.
The cookie outpost.
The cookie outpost. We are gonna talk about the damn cookie outpost, because I'm still upset about it. Alright. So, Tubbo, he investigates Las Nevadas, and he builds a giant stone watchtower on a nearby mountain to keep an eye on Las Nevadas. Now, Quackity and Foolish, they quickly discover this outpost, and it's concerning. It's concerning on a number of levels, because... sorry, I just brain farted so hard. And they discover the outpost, and Quackity's like, I don't want a military outpost out here, Tubbo. And Tubbo says, well, it is a watchtower, so deal with it. And then Foolish comes by, and he says, do you want this to be like a military outpost, man? And Tubbo says, oh no, it's a place for cookies. I'm making cookies here. It's fine.
Cookie.
So anyway, also Quackity begins working on a citizenship contract for Las Nevadas. So that's another thing that's happening. Alright, so let's go over to the Syndicate. They're cool. We all like the Syndicate. So, Ranboo, Nikki, Phil, they're all throwing a birthday party for Techno in the Arctic. Now, Techno's been gone for a while. He hasn't streamed on the SMP since the Red Banquet. And they fill him in on all the things that he missed during his hibernation, including Wilbur's revival. Now, Nikki didn't know about Wilbur's revival, so this is also a bit of a shock to her. And as the party continues, Techno spots none other than Quackity in the distance. And he excuses himself from the party, and he goes to talk to Quackity. Now, Quackity thanks him for his assistance at the Red Banquet, and tells him that he's been visiting Dream often, though he doesn't say that he's been torturing Dream. He's just like, yeah, I've been visiting him a lot. And he says, well, Dream's been asking you to visit. And he said something about a favor that you owe him. And Techno's like, alright, whatever. I'll deal with that. Also, Nikki reflects on Wilbur's revival, and she states that she once believed that he cared about her, but now she understands that he simply manipulates others, and that she will not allow him to manipulate her again. Good for her. Also, over here, Ant and Bad. So Ant and Bad, it's been a while since the egg has been uncovered. Okay, the influence has been wearing off. And Ant and Bad discuss being under the influence of the egg and what they did at the banquet. And now that the egg has been locked away, they both agree that they need to apologize to the friends they hurt. So they go around and they start apologizing to people. Good for them. All right. So, Technoblade decides that he's going to go visit Dream in prison. Now, before leaving, Techno does talk to Phil, who seems nervous about his trip. And Phil offers to come along, but Techno declines and instead hands him a will in case anything happens to him. He said, if something bad happens to me, here's my will. We'll deal with it. So Techno goes to visit Dream, and Sam lets him in. And he gets all the way to the cell, and Dream tries to avert him by telling him that it's a trap. Now, Techno doesn't listen, and when the bridge back to the rest of the prison leaves, Sam reveals that he has no intention of letting Techno out. And he closes the two inside. Now, Dream, this kind of sends Dream into a bit of a panic, because he says that Techno was his only hope for escape. But Techno states that they still have options, and he hands Dream a book, and he tells him to start writing down everything he knows about the prison. So they're planning a breakout. Okay, where's Fundy? There's Fundy. So, Fundy has spent some time away trying to improve himself, and he goes and he shows Quackity all the different things he's done to try to improve himself, like eating healthier, getting rest, talking to people, all that jazz. So Quackity says, alright, nice, you can join Los Nevadas. Now Fundy meets Charlie, and Charlie refers to him as Fundy from L'Manberg, which is concerning to Fundy, considering the fact that, you know, to him, Charlie was never there at L'Manberg. So, Quackity asks him multiple times if he's certain that he's ready, and Fundy affirms. And Quackity takes him down to the storeroom of his casino. There, he hands him a citizenship document, and he tells him, only sign it if you're truly ready to join. Now, Fundy seems a bit uncertain by some of the stricter rules of Las Nevadas, but he signs the document anyway, and Quackity joyfully welcomes him into the nation. Now, Quackity shows Fundy Tubbo's outpost, and he expresses his concern over Tubbo potentially being a threat to the nation. Now, Fundy is uncertain at first, but after taking a look inside, he agrees that the outpost does not seem to be a vacation home or a place to bake cookies. So the three of them grief the outpost, placing down several blocks inside of it and breaking a few windows. Now, Charlie asks Fundy what it's like to dream, and Fundy confesses about his predicting dreams ability, and Quackity seems interested, and he asks what his latest dream was about, and Fundy lies and tells him it was about reading a book, because of course it was about, you know, the whole situation with Quackity. So over the course of their conversation, Charlie reveals that he knows much, much more about the server than he should, even going so far as to be aware that Wilbur is Fundy's father, despite having never met him. And when Quackity and Fundy question him about this, he states that he simply likes to watch. And Quackity also shows Fundy and Charlie the build that Wilbur and Tommy began outside of the nation, the new nation that Wilbur and Tommy are starting. And Fundy seems disappointed to find that Wilbur is once again confiding in Tommy rather than him. Anyway, Purpled. Purpled finds Charlie spying on him. And he's annoyed. He demands to know why. And after a period of arguing back and forth about who was spying on who, Charlie admits to being a spy sent to him by Quackity. So Charlie leads Purpled back to Las Nevadas, and he meets up with Quackity. And Quackity admits to sending Charlie to spy on him, and he agrees that it was a bad idea. Now, Purple and Quackity discuss Las Nevadas, and Purple said that he doesn't trust Quackity, but he believes that Las Nevadas could benefit him. Now remember, Purple is a mercenary. He goes wherever the money goes. He doesn't care about trust. All he cares about is what can benefit him. So Quackity agrees that Las Nevadas could benefit him. And he says that he no longer sees the good in people, but he rather sees potential and opportunity, and is glad that they are on the same page. And Purpled agrees to join Las Nevadas. So now Purpled's in Las Nevadas. And now, okay, we are so close. We are so close to being caught up.
Oh, boy.
We are so freaking close. We got 2 pages. Okay.
Yo!
This is an ordeal. This is such an ordeal. So, Ranboo, he checks the mail from the council, and he finds a new note, as well as an axe. And the council admits that while they admire Ranboo's want to stay neutral, they fear that conflict is arising soon, and that the people he cares about will be hurt if he does not take action. So, Tubbo builds huge stone walls around the outpost. And Fundy, he spends some time with Tubbo at this outpost. And he starts acting a bit suspicious as he's asking many questions. And, he pretends like he doesn't know what Tubbo's talking about when Tubbo brings up the whole betrayal at Doomsday thing. As in, Fundy didn't join in the fight at Doomsday at all. And, Tubbo feels wary of Fundy's behavior. And he seems very relieved when he leaves. Also, Fundy reveals that he also has a kid now.
Nice.
It's a snowy little fox. It's a snowy fox, and the fox is named Yogurt.
Dang.
Which is a great name for a fox. Anyway.
Yogurt.
So, Foolish. Foolish is building in Las Nevadas. And he spots Tubbo building these walls. Super tall. And he gets a bit concerned. And he alerts Quackity. Now Quackity quickly agrees that this is a problem. And this begins a conflict between the Cookie Outpost and Las Nevadas, where Quackity wants Tubbo to take down the wall. But Tubbo refuses to do so. He and Quackity bicker over the issue, whereas Quackity insists that the walls make him feel unsafe, as the Cookie Outpost is appearing more and more like a military outpost. But Tubbo insists that the outpost is fine, and Quackity does not have the right to dictate builds that are outside of Las Nevadas' property. Now, this argument ends in a stalemate, with Tubbo agreeing not to extend the walls further, but not taking down any of the ones he put up. And he threatens Quackity with nukes before he leaves the argument, which deeply angers Quackity. Now, Quackity makes plans to quickly defuse the situation with Tubbo and Wilbur, and decides to be ready to prepare for any future potential battles with Tubbo. Now, Tubbo and Ranboo talk after this argument, because it was a lot, and Tubbo reveals his execution. Now remember, Ranboo was not on the server when Tubbo was executed. Tubbo never told him about the execution until this moment, and he says he's only talking about it because he knows that Ranboo will forget it. Anyway, Ranboo meets Charlie for the first time, and despite knowing, in a strange twist, despite knowing everything about every single person who has ever been on this server, Charlie knows nothing about Ranboo. Nothing at all. He doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know where he's been. He doesn't know where he's from. Knows nothing about him. And Charlie tells Ranboo a little bit about his friendship with Quackity. And this friendship kind of concerns Ranboo because the friendship sounds a bit toxic. So he tries to teach Charlie about what real friendship is. This was the stream where my canon line comes in.
Oh boy.
Because after Charlie leaves, Ranboo's talking about, well, that guy was weird. And he mentions how Charlie seemed to want to pretend like he wasn't really a slime, and he was trying to pretend to be a human. And he says, I wonder why he would be concerned about that, because it's not like, you know, anybody's bad. And particle number 1405, ladies and gentlemen, I am in the Dream SMP canonically because I say, well, maybe he's from a time, maybe he's from a less progressive time. He is hundreds of years old. And Ranboo says, well, I don't know if that's it. And yeah.
Whoa.
So
that's it.
I have that's my canon line. That's
there
my canon
I am,
line.
Gary. There I am.
I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of it.
Far for that.
It is very small, but I'm very proud of it. Okay, I am a canon particle. I did say I was only a particle.
You were like, "Hey, maybe this is it," and he was like, "Nah," and that was your.
Well, actually, I don't remember exactly what he said. I do just remember that he had started talking about something else, so he thought I was talking about the something else and completely took my line out of context. But whatever, it's fine. I'm very proud of that moment. I got a canon line in the Dream SMP.
I mean, it does feel good to get shouted out by your favorite streamer.
It's very cool. I've also made him laugh a couple times with donos. I have those I have those clips saved on my in a document because I made him laugh. Anyway, okay, so let's go back to Dream and Techno, who are still in this prison. Okay, Dream and Techno are in the prison, and Dream is having a hard time, but Techno seems to be enjoying himself. He even refers to the prison as a vacation. And the two of them discuss the Revive book. And Techno's like, hey, what would happen if you tried to revive someone who's alive? Like, what would happen if you used the Revive book on someone who's alive? So Dream tries it, and Dream XD appears.
Oh.
Now, Dream...
So, who did Dream try it on? Did he try it on Techno?
I don't remember who he tried it on, to be completely honest with
All
you.
right.
I don't even know if they mentioned
it. But it wasn't on himself, right?
No.
Okay.
He just tried it on a living person. And so Dream XD appears. Now, Dream has never met Dream XD, and he's really freaked out. But Techno just talks to him like he's an old buddy. And Techno says, hey, can I get a favor? And Dream XD says, I'll give you one thing. And Techno says, can I get a channel membership bell? And Dream XD gives him one and disappears. Now Dream gets really angry with Techno because Dream says, you could have wished for anything. You could have wished for us out of here. You could have wished for a pickaxe that could have broken us out. And you asked for a fucking bell? And what the hell is wrong with you? But the two continue to talk, and Dream mentions that Ranboo used to visit him multiple times, but that he doesn't come around anymore. So, again, concerning stuff about Ranboo. And Dream and Techno make their plan to get out, because Techno realizes that there's that underneath their cell is an Elder Guardian, and there's one block of obsidian in the entire cell that you cannot see. So, and it's on the floor. So Techno tasks Dream with breaking that one piece of obsidian with his fist, and that they can break out. And that's the plan. Okay, so Ranboo begins building a sky city, in quotation marks, above L'Manberg. He decides he wants to build a sky city, and he wants to build it over L'Manberg. And when he starts building it, the buildings in his city look exactly like the buildings found in End cities.
Yeah.
However, the particles bring this up. They say, hey, your build looks exactly like an End city. And Ranboo says, I don't know what an End city is. And just keeps building. Now, this is very good for a lot of us, because a lot of us have a theory that Ranboo is secretly a prince from the End. And this kind of confirms that theory, that he's a prince from the End and he doesn't remember it, that he grew up in the End.
I mean, he does have a crown.
And it's subconscious. Yeah, exactly. Now, that's just a theory. A game theory. But, I'm sorry. I'm so tired.
Let's get it done. Let's get through it.
Yep. Okay.
Let's go. I work
Now,
9 hours.
let's get into the conflict that we are currently in. All right? This is the big thing that's happening. This happened like a week ago. Okay? So,
all right, we're getting very close to today. Let's go.
Yep. So Wilbur talks to Phil, and he says, I want to build a burger van. I want to build a burger business in a brand new van. And Phil's like, the last time you built a business in a van, it went horribly. It was a really bad plan. But Wilbur promises, no, it's not going to be like that. I just genuinely want to build a burger van. So Phil suggests that he gets Ranboo's help. He says Ranboo's kind of lonely. Ranboo's kind of out here on his own, not doing much. Ranboo is also super rich, so he can give you the materials you need. And Wilbur doesn't want to do this. And he calls Ranboo the weird neighborhood kid. But Phil puts his foot down and threatens to kick him out if he does not make friends with Ranboo. Now, Ranboo is hesitant around Wilbur at first, but he agrees with his plans to build a burger van. And the two travel to Las Nevadas, and they begin building the van, as Wilbur explains that the competition will be good for the businesses in Las Nevadas. This is capitalism. Competition.
Nothing bad ever happens under
exactly.
capitalism.
Exactly. And Ranboo and Wilbur have a long talk about their own views as they're building this van, and how they see things around the Dream SMP. And Ranboo states that he does not believe that Wilbur is a bad person. He believes that Wilbur simply went through things that caused him to make bad decisions, and that he believes that his time in the afterlife has likely changed him. Now, after building the van, creating some burgers, and deciding to name the business Wilburger Ranvan.
Creating some burgers.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I like Wilburger Ranvan. Wilbur takes Ranboo to the restaurant in Las Nevadas, and he places a single TNT block in the corner, and he tells Ranboo to light it. Now, Ranboo does, and destroys part of this building, and Wilbur states that he's proud of him for proving that he can choose a side, and he leaves a sign behind, revealing that both he and Ranboo were responsible for the damage. So, after this, Wilbur and Ranboo, they're going out on a little adventure to find stuff for the burger van, and they come across Tubbo. And Tubbo, this is on the anniversary of L'Manberg's destruction. So Tubbo is in his president's uniform, and he's sitting on the edge of the L'Manberg crater, and he's just a mess. And he looks, and Ranboo tries to stay with him for a little bit. He talks to Wilbur for a little bit, and Ranboo asks him if he needs him to stay. And Tubbo says, no, I want to be alone. So they leave him to his own demeanors. Now, Wilbur and Ranboo, they have a nice burger business now. You know, they got this nice little burger van. They're all good to go. And Wilbur says, you know what I want to do? I want to go see the fruits of our labor. I want to see how pissed off Quackity was when we blew up his restaurant. So they go to Las Nevadas, and then they find Quackity. And they say, you know what? I was really happy with what you did for the renovation, right? You were helping with the renovation? I put a fish tank there. It was very nice. And we're gonna set up this restaurant, and it's gonna be great. And we're gonna have a great time. And you wanna know who's working here?
Tubbo
Tubman accepts a job at the restaurant. Now, Tubbo, before this, right? So Wilbur's a little peeved that nothing worked. So Tubbo and Quackity, they go up and they talk, and Tubbo agrees to give the cookie outpost to Las Nevadas. So the cookie outpost is now officially Las Nevadas property. However, Tubbo still owns it. Quackity just owns the land underneath it. So after this, Tubbo and Ranboo go to talk about this. Tubbo goes over to the burger van, and he finds Ranboo inside, and Ranboo seems a bit out of it. He won't meet Tubbo in the eye. And he asks Tubbo why he gave up the outpost, and Tubbo says, well, you know, I've been having a really rough time since L'Manberg. I've just been building all this stuff to distract people, and Quackity promised me a good life. I want a good life. I want to be here in Las Nevadas. I want a good life. And Ranboo says, was your life not good before? Remember, like, the fact that these two are married, they have a kid. And from Ranboo's perspective, Tubbo basically just told him that he wasn't
married.
enough. Yes, platonically married. But Tubbo basically just told him that he wasn't enough for him. And Ranboo...
Because it's only platonic, they gotta get romantic.
Jesus Christ, don't... Well, it's actually, they're not sure. I think there's been conflicting statements. Sometimes they say they're platonic, sometimes they say they're romantic character-wise. They've never really specified which one is which. There's been conflicting statements. But yeah, so he's basically said that Ranboo isn't enough for him, accidentally. And Ranboo is kind of fucked up, so he leaves over this. And, yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, that's it.
That's where we're at, folks. We're on the B-Duo divorce. We're on the B-Duo divorce arc. We got the 2 burger stands. Yeah, the B-Duo divorce arc. Actually, they have stated that it's not going to be a divorce arc. I just like saying that for jokes. I truly believe that if they let a fucking burger van get in between their relationship, that's going to be really sad. Yeah, we got Will Burger Ranvan on one side. We got the Tubburger. That's what the new restaurant is called. They got the Tubburger over here. So we got Will Burger. Basically, what's happening in the lore right now? Techno and Dream stuck in the prison. They're breaking out. These 2 burger joints are gonna go head to head while that happens. And we may or may not see a divorce.
Just one small problem, Ben. Sell their houses to who? Aquaman?
What the fuck are you doing?
You desperately tried. And that's okay.
But yeah, everybody, that is the Dream SMP all the way up until August 10th, 2021.
Fuck.
This lecture took several days to film. It took weeks of research to put it all together in the wiki. And before we end, I would just like to say, for the video, if you would like to see very good, shorter recaps of the Dream SMP, they don't include quite as much detail, but they're very, very good. They're great documentaries. They focus a lot on the story. They do great like visuals with it as well. Go watch Evan MC Gaming's documentaries. They're great. He does a great job, and he was a lot of help with the research on this because I rewatched those like 4 times. Also watch Sadist Animatics. I'm gonna put Sadist Animatics in the Discord under cool things, because she makes animations set to music, where she actually edits in the voice lines from the actual moments of the Dream SMP, and she reanimates the moments, and they're so cool, and they give me chills every time. I can't wait for her to animate the burger feud. But yeah, folks, that's all.
This has been Shaka University's
Woo!
10-hour Dream SMP lecture.
I'm so sorry
I
this
hope
took
everyone
so long.
enjoyed.
I'm so sorry this took so long. When we were first talking about this, we were like, we could do this in like 7 hours.
Nope.
I honestly thought like 8 was an exaggeration. Like we could do this in 2.
I was not exaggerating.
All right, that's Dream SMP. Thank you all for watching. I will see you. We will see you. Watch more lectures.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
I'm never gonna get invited back as a guest lecturer again after this. After this monstrosity.